Flames rise higher. You are the first to tell.
Am I still streaming? I hope you can still hear me. That was a really bad time to disconnect. Holy shit. Flame rate? Oh, he's gonna turn.
Destruction incarnate.
What even was that? Oh. Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. I think my internet just went out for like a couple of seconds, but that was weird.
Come, oh God.
Wolfire. Oh, cool cleave tank buster. Yeah, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. I mean, it looks like everything's fine. I'm just really not sure what the heck that was about.
I shall tear you asunder.
Oh, I should have added that. Shit. Oh, whatever. Let's buff now. I like the music, by the way. We're back to this. Alright, another chance for me to try to figure out what the hell was happening there.
Flames to lick at your heels.
There, yeah. So the purple stuff is always moving. That I established. Okay, it moves that way, so this is gonna go off. And then, wasn't there another one now? Oh, fuck, no, I saw it entirely wrong. Yeah, see, that's the mistake that I made earlier. I just saw that entirely wrong. Because I somehow presumed that, yeah, what's moving is that, so that one's gonna go off. Okay, once you get used to how it works, like you kind of have to think backwards when it's like changing directions like that, right? Because it has the well, I don't even know what to call that exactly, but it has somehow the way you mind things, because you see the rotation, right? And somehow your mind assumes that because of that rotation, it's you know, it means that essentially the triangle that's gonna go off is the thing that would move that way. That's not the case. What moves is his flame thingy, right? So, okay, it's kind of difficult to put into words, I feel like, but what I'm trying to say is just the way you think about the mechanic is different to how it turns out. Like the, I guess, physical, you know, mathematical shape, if you will, is just different to what your mind would assume it would be, right? So, all right, awesome. Yeah, let me just very quickly open up my browser here. And it says I'm still live. Yeah. Stream looks to be alright. That was very strange. Let's comment this. Of course. Whatever. They don't want to have a commendation, then that's what they'll have. Yeah, I think my connection timed out there for a second. I have no idea why, but it reconnected very quickly, and well, that was very strange. I haven't seen that yet. Well, Ruby Conte, you were a formidable foe, but not as good as you claimed you would be, I feel like. All right, give me one, you know, minute here. I need to check on my router. I want to know what was up there. Anyways, I'll be right back. Alrighty. I have no idea what happened. That was very strange. I've never seen that happen. I mean, it's incredibly rare for the internet to drop out in the first place here. The last time I had internet issues at all, it was either, exclusive to 14, where just, the server connection was somewhat bad, but everything else was still completely fine. But this was literally an internet dropout for like 10 seconds. How weird. I do like that everything stayed up though. I mean, I presume that Twitch probably... Oh, that's not Twitch. Twitch hopefully just displayed the, what's it called? The disconnect screen for like 30 seconds and then it reconnected and then it was fine again. I mean, I assume so. What a funny thing. Well, anyways, Ruby Candy, back to the matter at hand. Cool fight, don't get me wrong. I liked it. It's just a normal trial though, right? And, the background was exceptional.
It seems I was a step too slow.
I feel like they still accomplished their goal though, right? Which was probably sealing the Void Gate.
To defeat all of us archfiends. You are strong indeed.
Whoever the voice actor is, it's definitely the same guy that voiced Emperor Xande in the main story, right? I mean, Xande only had like one line, so it makes sense that they would reuse him, I guess. But, it's interesting. It's a cool voice, but very similar to Xande. Why do you fight? What is it that you wish to save? Maybe we can work together on that, right? Have you ever thought about that?
You would know your enemy's heart. Very well. It bleeds more than you can ever understand. But I will speak, and you will listen, and learn how all began.
Or is it Fandaniel's voice actor? Like, not Fandaniel, but like Hermes from Elpis. I don't know. It seems very familiar, but very different at the same time. It's definitely the same voice actor as the person who's voiced Emperor Xande. Well, either way, I hope we will finally understand, because I'm struggling to at this point.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath? Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains?
Honestly, this specific line, it just reminded me that the brief flashback we had with Zero, it's crazy to think about that must have been about 11,000 years ago, right? Or something like that. Because that's when the Asians, tried to do the first rejoining. Or I guess 12,000 years ago? I don't know. That's kind of crazy to think about, but, well, ever since then, the 13th has been this, never-ending cycle of death, I guess, and chaos. So for them, it probably didn't feel like much time has passed at all.
Different. You remember who you were and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
There is no hope, no freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth. The Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14. There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. A reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
Wonder what exactly the Essence told them about that.
We will take this world as our own.
So was that their effort in somehow still utilizing the void for their own gains? I guess they did so anyways, right? Since I did earlier, you know, referred back to what we were doing all the way at the very beginning of the game, when you quite frequently engage with Void Send, of a lesser degree, obviously, but they do exist, right? And I think, you know, most of the time, it's the kind of lesser Ascians that are behind those summonings, right? So... I guess once they had realized how rejoinings can actually work, right? Because they eventually figured it out, right? That is why we had the 7 calamities. But, yeah, maybe by telling the Void Sent or the beings that remain in the 13th about the shards and the source and so on, maybe they were hoping that through that somehow they could still be rejoined? And what is up with Golbus? Is he just straight up believing the Ascians? The beings that... Or does he not realize that they're the ones responsible for the world and their state? Or did he not hear it from the Ascians directly, but from somewhere else for some reason?
Count me in.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause. A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
Is that really all he's looking for, though?
And thus did we begin our great work.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the source?
I didn't get that at all from what he was saying. Well, sort of, but also not. Because, well... Don't they just want a proper world back? They don't need to conquer the source for that. They could just come here and live with us. I mean, it's not like... Well, sure, there could be struggles, but it's not like we're completely starved of resources or anything, right? I mean... And Golbus's plan... Again, what's the idea? They just come over here and live in the source once they conquered it? Like, what? Huh.
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that very much makes sense. I just don't really understand the... I guess the way they're doing it. And yeah, I honestly truly struggle to understand Golbus's plans, honestly. Again, I understand where he's trying to go, but like how? Why do it the way he did it?
In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
So in turn, you wage another.
Yeah, that's the part that I also struggle to understand.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken. Even the most exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
You know, I hate to break it to you, but there are arguably easier means to get what you're looking for. You know, they really don't seem to have a lot of information on this, right? Because, well, there is the first. That is 90% light. We just need to find a means to transport that to the 13th, and they get what they're looking for. Without any war and any struggle.
I don't know.
Aside from, well,
about this and a great many things.
establishing the connection between the two realms, I suppose.
But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself.
Yeah, I also... Okay, so the point where I failed to see sort of why they're doing it this way is because, well, most of the Void at this point seems to be just sort of chaotic, a chaotic cycle of death, more or less, right? Nobody truly dies, yet they all also, like, they don't stay alive for very long, right? And not many Void Synths seem to be, you know, I guess... I don't want to say intelligent enough. I don't think it's necessarily about intelligence, but I guess capable of, you know, coming together with the bonds that sort of Golbus tries to establish, or tried to establish here, so that they can then form some sort of army or anything that would be capable of either conquering another world or even begin fighting against, well, anything really, right? Whatever that may be. And, what they are really looking for, I mean, okay, so I'm sure that they'd much rather live than die, right? I mean, most would probably want that, but at the same time, they're prepared to, you know, kill us or wage war against us just to be able to come here and then die a proper death. Just almost seems backwards. I can understand. I mean, they must be incredibly desperate at this point, right? I guess that's the real thing that you have to grasp here, is just their pure desperation. But once again, I just think that if you're at that point, that you're willing to fight a war just so that at the end you get a proper death. I don't know, I just feel like you should be able, or you should be open to any sort of suggestion, right?
Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another. I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
Why are you telling us this? I don't think he's betraying him.
To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last. And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart. A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
I think a lot of this could have been avoided if Golbez had just tried to talk to us. I also get that he, well, probably is just going off of the very limited information he has. And again, wasn't he also able to at least... I mean, he was aware of us, right? He was aware of what we were doing. Something about this is just feels off in some way, and not off in the way that I criticizing the story or anything. Just honestly, that either I'm not getting it, or maybe they're setting up something else here, or they just want to show us how desperate the 13th has become. My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation. I'm glad I arrived in time to speak with Ruby Conte. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there is a better way. Yours. The future you strive for is one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way, why this fire burns in my breast. It's just kind of sad as well, right? Because at this point, I mean, we are literally trying to do the exact same thing Golbez seems to try to accomplish, just in an even better way, and in a way that, helps everybody and not just him. And also a way that doesn't require war. At this point, all I'm really hoping for is that we can somehow communicate to Golbez that we are trying to, find salvation for the 13th. That he's not, there's no point in opposing us because we're looking for the same thing that he is. Well, last quest of the patch. Alright, so I'm not entirely convinced, but I'm fairly certain at this point that they are going for a bit of a different formula compared to what we've seen in the past. Because I was speculating beforehand, which is kind of why I expected a bit of a curveball, that they, even though 6.0 this time around was the culmination of the Endwalker storyline, that they were still going to use 6.3 as a means to, you know, have like another big sort of finale, but maybe not. Maybe this is truly just setting up something much bigger in the future. Or, alternatively, they're using all 5 patches this time around to conclude the whole, you know, void thing. And essentially the problems that the shards are still facing. So that in 7.0 we can truly begin anew and you know, do something completely separate from our old quests, right? There's nothing more for us here. What of Alzadal's legacy? Has there been word from Stola and the others? I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better than the gate be destroyed than used to unleash more voidsent. That is true, to be fair. We should return to Megaduta and rejoin the others. Maybe I'm also just struggling to understand that this is both, you know, completely different to what I expected, yet also not the curveball that I thought they might throw us. I truly don't know at this point. I'm completely... just curious to find out what they're going for here. Or maybe, as I said earlier as well, maybe I'm just looking for a deeper meaning where there is none. It's just that, well, the game hasn't really taught you to think like that, right? Typically, there's always something else that they're setting up somewhere in the background, but this time around... Oh, Zero's here too. It seems the others are already inside. Let's join them. It's good to see you both returned hale and whole. Your friends arrived not long ago and are ready with the satrap. Shall I show you in? You can indeed. Vitra's scales still haven't healed? What the hell? Or are they still using him for other... Yeah, maybe they're still, like, doing science on them or something.
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain? Golbez aspires to deliver voidsent unto the source, where they may die and return to the lifestream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them,
but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Would it be, though? Well, I guess... It truly is just that maybe they are so desperate that they... Maybe I misunderstood a bit as well. Because, like, they're not trying to conquer our world so much as just fight any who want to fight them just to be able to be killed. Right? They don't necessarily want to kill. It's just that they need to fight in order to die. Because how else are they going to die, right? It's truly pretty sad to think about this. And it's even more sad since there is another way. One that honestly doesn't seem so far away anymore, with everything we've learned and set up. But without being able to talk to Golbez about it, yeah, we're certainly not going to get to a solution here.
Indeed. Void Sent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
It kind of would be. Well, in that sense, it would be a proper rejoining. Or almost. I guess it would be a rejoining in terms of a life that is still in the void. I guess the realm of the void would still exist technically. Funnily enough, right? This is something that I've actually proposed in a way, like obviously in a very different context, but you know, the Ascians kind of, because they didn't really respect life as such, right? They only looked at us as these lesser beings that they, you know, they kind of treated like animals or as a means to an end rather than actual living beings, right? And because of that, they didn't really care how the rejoinings happened. They only cared that they happened, right? But with everything that we've learned over the course of our journey, and especially with the ability to not only travel to other shards, but ever since, you know, towards the end of the patch quests of Shadowbringers, being able to take these soul vessels and literally transport other people between the shards as well. And then also seeing how Graha pretty much rejoined with himself, and it worked, right? That means that, at least in theory, even though, you know, scaling that process up to the huge numbers that we would have to in order to make it possible for everybody would probably be, you know, lifetimes work unless we come up with, you know, a bit of a different process. But the thing that I proposed in the past, or the thing that would theoretically be possible, is for us to just somehow travel to all the different shards, take as many soul vessels with us as we can. Now, obviously, whether or not those people would like what we try to attempt there, that's another question entirely. And, well, there are all kinds of other questions associated with it. I'm just talking about the theoretical possibility for us to travel to a shard, you know, take as many soul vessels with us as we can, take the people in, travel back to the source, and rejoin those people with their equivalent on the source. And if we do that, you know, a couple billion times, or, well, how many people are living on the different shards, you know, then just in terms of the theory at the end, right? It might take 100 years, it might take 500, it might only take 10, I don't know. But in theory, at the end, everybody here on the source would be rejoined with their counterpart in the reflections. Now again, whether or not people would be up for that, that's an entirely different question. I'm purely talking about the theory. I think that would be possible, honestly. And in a funny way, it seems to me as if what Golbez is trying to do here is that very thing, right? He's just trying to utilize the Void Gates to sort of do, I guess what we could call a manual rejoining, right? Not a big Calamity way Because that's the issue, right? The thing that the Asians did always meant destruction. But by doing it, quote unquote, manually, by just essentially sending all the void sent through a void gate and them all dying individually, at the end of the day, their ether, they would all be dead. Their souls would be back on the source, back in the live stream, in the source, and then be reborn properly, and everything would be fine, right? It's just that in this particular case, since they all want to die, they're threatening war in order for us to kill them, right? Yeah, but if you really kind of look at it, at least from a theoretical perspective, it's kind of very similar to what I proposed, right? Again, I guess we can truly dub it a manual rejoining. Well, how can we prevent this? Isn't that obvious? Just talk to Golbus. We somehow need to get to him and explain that there are other ways.
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
See, I don't even know if killing Golbez would be the right... Well, first of all, we can't even kill him while he's in the void, correct? So we would have to somehow call him over here. But second of all, there could always be another void sent just coming up with the same idea.
Indeed. Rubicante hath deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Golbez sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Well, that is another question entirely, though. Because... well, maybe he plans to do something that we just haven't thought of. Something that would be more akin to an actual rejoining. But whenever he opens up a void portal, right? He, I guess, would only really be able to send through a couple of void sent, maybe a couple hundred, right? I mean, that would still be a lot, but eventually we would stop that. So it's not like he can send the entirety of the void. I mean, that's literally a planet, right? We're talking about a planet and life on a planet that he's trying to send to another planet, if you will, right? It's an entire world that he's trying to send over. At least I assume so. I guess what he could also do is just devour every single void sent, you know, become sort of an ultimate void sent and just send one incredibly strong entity over. But the effect would be the same since the void gate, or the size of the void gate, corresponds to what can get through it, right? So it doesn't even really matter whether or not he sends 100 void sent through that are all very small, or 1 void sent that has devoured 99 others. The size of the void gate would still, you know, could only be utilized in the same way. At least as far as we've been told, right? So, feels like we're kind of at an impasse.
It will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect.
Honestly, at this point, I kind of feel like the easier way for us would be to, and haven't we already mentioned that as well? To possibly take Eden from the first and just blast somehow. Well, I guess we still don't know how, but same issue with the Void Gate, right? Somehow utilize Eden to possibly create a connection from the first to the 13th and just blast them with light. Wouldn't that help more now?
Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Charlian to look for information.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
Is it really, though?
I'm no scholar. I'll find another way to keep myself busy here.
How about a little training to keep a lance arm honed?
Rest assured, I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
Didn't expect any less of you.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th.
Why does this feel like the end? Yet we've just begun the last quest.
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
Oh. Wait, this is just the end. Okay. Well, I do expect some big cutscene, but I'm completely confused. But in a weird way. Not in the way that I don't understand what's happening, but rather... Okay, so to be entirely fair, I think I might have also just had other expectations here. Not, you know, expectations in regards to it being better or worse in terms of storytelling or whatever, but rather I somehow expected 6.3 to be, you know, another end to the Void business. Maybe I shouldn't have expected that, but I don't know. It's just super, super interesting to me that it seems like we'll be dealing with this still more in the future. Because honestly, at this point, the only sort of cutscene that might happen is that we see Golbez again. Before you leave, I would once more express my gratitude. By your hand has Daphne been saved yet again. But before you delivered my people, you helped me rediscover hope. The sight of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate in Alzadal's legacy, but there must be another way to travel to the Void, and together we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I too shall have my vessel improved ahead of your next fray. To achieve his ends, Golbez has sacrificed his 4 generals. Such a ruthless foe is unpredictable in the extreme, but no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to see that he does not succeed. Can you really truly call it a sacrifice, though, if all they're doing is coming here to die? Well, Golbus, what are you planning? Oh, by the way, what does the moon in the void even mean? Why is there a moon? Meanwhile, on the moon in the 13th. Because how can there even be a moon? The moon at our world is... Wait, this was on the moon all along? His weird planning chamber?
Kenyatso and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow.
Seriously, that I don't fully understand. Or is there another moon we don't know about? Weren't the only two moons that Atharius has Dalamut and the one that Heidelin created? Or did she just repurpose it? Maybe that didn't fully come through, because... When the Sundering happened, and she put the moon there, did she put a moon on all the reflections? Is that what happened? Because if so, I guess this is just a void variant of that. I guess it's probably the easiest explanation, because otherwise why would there be a moon, right?
In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
Oh. Okay. Are we in Star Wars now? What the hell is this? I guess it kind of answers my question, doesn't it?
At long, long last, the end draws nigh.
Okay, I know you can't see that, but my jaw just fucking dropped. Well, yeah, that definitely answers. So, what? So he's in the... Wait. I'm struggling to put this together. So Heidelin, well, whether or not she created or repurposed the moon doesn't even matter. The point is, she put Zodiac there, or rather a piece of Zodiac. And I guess it was always literal when they talked about Zodiac's pieces being like split apart. So every single reflection has a moon that is very similar to ours and has the same sort of sigil setup on it, I guess. And by fully rejoining the shard, they also rejoin the moon of that shard together with the piece of Zodiac, right? And the reflection, or the, not reflection, the, I guess, Zodiac that we fought and the thing, sort of the hologram that we saw before we fought him, was an incomplete version, and it was incomplete because it only contained, I mean, that we knew, but it only contained the 7 shards plus the one from the source from those moons, from the shards that have been rejoined with the source, right? So on every single shard or reflection that still exists, there is a moon that has a place that looks like the same sort of deal with Zodiac. Does it also have the weird seals and everything? I guess so, huh? But if it does, what does that mean for the 13th? Did the piece of Zodiac here get rejoined, but not the rest of the reflection? Or did they... Is Golbez a piece of Zodiac? Like the piece of Zodiac from the 13th? But even if he is, I mean, well, he doesn't necessarily have to be powerful, right? The problem is more that we have to somehow deal with what he's trying to do. And we can't really get to him. I suppose if we could fight him, like one by one, we would probably triumph. Because if we can kill a Zodiac with 7 or 8 pieces, certainly we would be able to kill one. But what? Okay, this did blow my mind. This is kind of the curveball I've been waiting for. It's just, what are we doing with this information?
The end to life on that star. And the end to my suffering.
And that looks fucking cool, by the way. Or is the Shard of Zodiac still there? Beyond closed gates awaits your foe, where no path leads and none may go. Hallowed and harrowed. Does it mean? The fuck? What is happening? Wait, does the achievement give you a title or some sort? Or is it just the achievement? Fiend Slayer. Okay. That's a pretty cool title. Yeah, I don't know what this means. Okay, my best bet is that what I've just been saying, Golbez might be the Shard of Zodiac that somehow had been freed on the 13th. Because the funny thing is, we've never really found out why the Ascians, or what specifically happened with the 13th, right? We know what the result was and why the result was what it was, but we don't know how it happened. Or rather, well, we've heard like the name of it and certain struggles, but we haven't really heard, you know, I guess eyewitness accounts. Let's put it that way. So I assume that maybe what they did, or maybe what the Ascians did on the 13th, it's so weird to think about because that was before the first rejoining, right? All that happened to it must have been 12,000 years ago, shortly after the Sundering. So crazy to think about that. But because of its state, it hasn't really changed since then, I presume. But, I mean, it kind of makes me wonder, so maybe they just went for the moon in the 13th first and got rid of the seals that bound the, like, Zodiac's shard. And then they tried to rejoin the entire thing, but it didn't work. You know what might have been happening? So the entire problem is that darkness took over the 13th before any sort of rejoining happened, right? So maybe by releasing Zodiac's shard before preparing any sort of rejoining in the source, the entire, well, planet, like Aetheris, the 13th reflection of Aetheris, just got completely annihilated by darkness from that Zodiac shard without really having any place to put that ether, right? And so it, well, became what we now know as the Void. So maybe what they learned and how they then progressed was that every time they rejoined, they sort of prepared the Calamity in the source at the same time as they freed the Zodiac shard from that reflection. And that's how it worked. I mean, there's still a lot of different scenarios that this could sort of, like, mean, right? Because Golbez could literally be the Zodiac shard. He could also just be, I'm saying just, but I mean, it would still be pretty, you know, pretty crazy, honestly, but he could have also just been a Void Scent that consumed Zodiac's shard. But he also mentioned that the others played their part to perfection. But what does that mean? What is the point of it all? Unless maybe... Yeah, I don't get it. Because he would still have to transfer himself to the source somehow, right? Eventually, at least? And does he think by putting himself to the source, maybe he can relinquish sort of the hold of darkness on the 13th? But, oh my god, this all doesn't really... And what it... Coming back to the first, what does it mean for that? Yes, sure, most of the planet has been consumed by light, but isn't there still a moon in the first? Is there also... Are there still intact seals on that moon that hold the Shard of Zodiac? Oh my god, I think my mind just kind of got blown again. So we did kill Zodiac, but... I mean... Fandaniel made it pretty clear that what we were fighting was not Zodiac, but like a pieced together version of it. I mean, you could literally see that pieces were missing. Doesn't that mean that the other pieces are still there? Fuck. So technically 6 pieces of Zodiac still remain, maybe even 7 if Golbez truly is one of them. The fuck? But even if that's true, and this goes back to everything that I've constantly been saying, what the hell does it mean? Where is it going? Because, well, if those pieces still exist, even putting them all together would still not be more capable than what we already fought, because it's the same amount of pieces, right? But... this is... Okay, I have to... I don't know, maybe my friend can tell me something about that. Just, I can't get behind what this means, because, okay, I feel like I'm not too far off in terms of the meaning of all of this. Yet at the same time, I still don't see where the hell this is supposed to lead. Because now I get a feeling that whenever he's talking about salvation and possibly, you know, seeking the promised land or seeking the light or whatever he's talking about, is he truly talking about what we think he's talking about? Like, does he want to die? Or is there some other idea that he had for some reason and wants to employ or wants to... I don't get it, man! What the hell was that? And they just leave us hanging with this too! What? I feel like... Anyways, I've dealt with the MSQ, I guess. Huh. Yeah, so... I want to speculate about this, but I feel like I've already talked about this so much that it's pretty much exhausted everything that we could know about it at this point in time. I also can't believe how how the entire patch, I was like, okay, where's this going? What is even happening? Like, it almost felt like nothing was happening at all. And, you know, at points I was truly kind of scared to, okay, what are they doing? Where the hell is this going? And then they show you a cutscene that's not even that long. I mean, it was, what, like a minute, maybe? And your mind gets totally blown and you sit there wondering, well, what the hell is even happening? Because, you know, if even parts of what I just mentioned are true, or even if they're not true, but to a certain extent still at least mean that there's, you know, if we truly have to contend with certain other pieces of Zodiac and that type of deal, I don't see them resolving this until 7.0, which doesn't that mean that 7.0 would naturally have to deal with this? Ha! I just had a crazy thought. So we typically get 6 zones per expansion. What if the 6 zones, or rather at least 5 of the 6 zones in 7.0 are just going to be, you know, the 5 other missing reflections that we haven't been to yet? I don't think they're going to do that. I feel like that could also be fairly boring, and I don't think that you could really facilitate that. Like, I don't think it would feel right. But on a certain level, it would be kind of crazy, right? They would have even... Okay, so now I'm thinking... With everything that Emmett said, right? And the way they kind of framed 6.1, they made it seem as if we were embarking on a completely new adventure, right? As if everything that was, you know, going to come and every new story they were going to tell would be fairly disconnected from everything we had already done in the past. But, you know, now I think that maybe what they're doing here is somewhat similar to what they did before Shadowbringers. Because before Shadowbringers released, nobody, literally nobody, thought that we were gonna go to the first. I mean, eventually we got to know that, but, you know, for the longest time, it all seemed to lead towards Garlemald and us finally confronting the Garleans, right? And ending the war and everything. I mean, that ultimately did happen, but not in the way that we expected in an expansion later as well. Which leads me to believe that, well, at least if we assume that they're doing something somewhat similar. I'm not even, like, saying that it's going to be the exact same thing, because it's never going to be a thing, but if they're doing something even remotely similar to that, right? Maybe we're not going to go to the New World or to Mericidia at all, but rather somehow we're going to be dealing with the reflections and everything first, which would connect back to everything we've already done. I mean, you know, that revelation just does seem like we're very much still completely within the same adventure we've always been in, right? I mean, we're literally, the 13th is literally the first thing that the Ascians did. Right? The first thing that ever happened in terms of their conquest to getting their world back. So we're not embarking on a new adventure at all. We're dealing with the fundamental problems that were created by the Ascians still. And don't get me wrong, I like it. I cannot fathom what this would mean for the future, possibly. Holy fucking shit. Hey, Odin just spawned in the North Shroud. Should I go over there? They did patch something about Odin. I don't know why or how. Like, they did something with this level. I assume it's because that fate was actually ridiculously difficult if not enough people were there, I think. God, I feel like I need like at least a very, very small break. Is it here? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go to my island real quick. I need a short mind vacation from all of this. Oh, so this is the Void Quest, Shadow Pasts once more. I don't know if I'm going to be doing this today. Anyways, let's go to the island first. I won't be doing the extreme today either, I don't think. I don't know when I'll be doing it, but let's go to the island first. I just want to, I'm trying to kind of look at my checklist here at everything that I still want to do in this particular patch, because there are two other things that I had sort of left over that aren't even really connected to 6.3, and yeah, I might want to be dealing with that. Okay. Let's just set up the C3 agenda here. So technically now, I'm gonna keep the Island Sanctuary on my list, but it's not something that I can do right now. I just need to level passively, sort of. Anyway. Where the hell is it? Culinary knife. Culinary knife. I wish you could set all three at the same time. Anyways, rope. Garden scythe. That's a 6-hour craft. Oh, dried flowers. That's the new one, right? Did they even add a new 4-hour thing, or is it purely 6 hours? Then rope again. And then another garden scythe. There we go. Alright, so that's at least the agenda set for today. There we go. Also done that. Alright. Yeah, that's the island done. So, the things that are left in patch 6.3 for now, except for obviously doing PvP and whatnot, and farming MGP, I definitely need to get into that. I'm not going to do that on stream though. And the Unreal. I might try to ask some friends to do that with me, because I can't be bothered to do it in PF or something. Right. The custom deliveries too. Honestly, the Void quests and Tataru's quests are completely independent of most other stuff. And I don't want to stream until like 11 o'clock in the evening today. So... although then again, I might be able to pull some stuff here. Anyways, one thing that I want to do first, before doing anything else, is I still have to do the Heavenstone event. So we're going to do that. I don't think it's going to take too long, so... yeah, let's do that. This is going to be a big break from, you know, everything that I've done. But I also feel like, you know... my mind is still sort of racing, right? I can't get over everything that has happened here. Oh, wait, is it not here? Oh, it is, alright. It just wasn't shown on the map. I was kind of confused there for a second. It does feel a bit odd to do the Heaven Turns event almost 2 weeks after the new year, but oh, well. It's fine. Yeah. I think my friend also has, you know, questions about the whole deal with that last cutscene. I can't bowl. I can't get over how I sat there the entire day today going through this main story, wondering what the hell that was gonna go for, or what the hell that was gonna mean. And then they fucking put that at the end, and your mind is just blown, but to a degree where I can't even really... I'm trying to I don't know, put my thoughts back together? let's just do the Heaven Turns event. I need to distract myself, otherwise I'm gonna go crazy with that. Because I want to speculate, I want to know what it means, but I feel like I have absolutely nothing to go on, because, you know, it almost feels like we're suddenly looking into something like Amaranth again, right? I mean, sure, the reveal maybe wasn't as mind-blowing as that was, but especially since with Amaranth, not only did it get revealed, but we were then also able to enter it, right? Which was another, you know, piece of your mind being blown, right? It just continued all the way to the end of Shadowbringers. But with this, I mean, this could go so many places, and that is what I'm so, you know, crazy about where it's like, I just can't understand what the hell that means. Yeah, my friend doesn't really know. They were asking the same kind of question, right? That I sort of talked about is this thing of, they did say that the whole Ascian story, or, well, all right, so they kind of referred to it more specifically as the Hylian Zodiac arc, which arguably that has been finished. So it's not like they lied. It's just... Because, you know, no matter what we will be doing in the expansion, it needs to lead to something, right? And with seeing with how they've set it up now, well, there are a couple of ways that they could handle this, right? So, as I mentioned, they could do it so that at the end of 6.5, we're done with the story. That could conceivably work, right? So they could do it so that we're working towards some grand finale in 6.5 in comparison to what would usually be 6.3. Conclude the story there and then truly start everything new in 7.0. So that could conceivably be what they're working towards. At the same time, though, doing an entire expansion without any sort of setup at first feels strange. But maybe, honestly, just feels strange. They could still pull it off. Like, I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. I think they very much could pull it off. Either way, it would feel... I don't know, wouldn't it just feel strange to go from like a multiple reflections, interdimensional rift, universe-spanning sort of deal, and then just say, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to go to Mericidia now in 7.0 and just deal with some sort of local, you know, minor issues. I don't think that's what's going to be happening. Yet at the same time, they can't keep, you know, one-upping themselves. We literally cannot go further than the edge of the universe. So... I mean, okay, so considering that we're saving us Ashdaya, maybe maybe by visiting Mericidia and talking to the dragons there, we will somehow be going to the actual planet of the dragons and rebuilding their home. I don't know. Like, I just, hearing myself back, that sounds absolutely crazy, yet sometimes something they could actually do at the same time, right? I don't think they're going to be going for that, but what the hell, man? What the hell are they setting up? Are they even setting something up? That's the craziest part, right? We don't even know. We don't even know if they're setting something up or if this is just leading towards a finale and then they're going to switch over to something entirely different. I don't think so, but we can't be sure anymore. Then again, okay, good. Well, what is also very different, I think, well, I wouldn't call it very different, but what is somewhat different in comparison to other cases, and yeah, I hadn't even really thought about it like that, but okay, so they slightly upped the time between patches, right? Officially, I mean. It was kind of already a thing. But now we officially have 4 months in between patches. Possibly with an added 2 weeks whenever there's like Christmas in between. And with the dates, when are the fan fests? The North American one is like in, what, October or something? And the European one in November? Or is it the other way around? Wait, which one's first? No, the European one is in October. I'm just thinking, so that's where the new trailers for the expansion come out, right? Which, again, that's... Unless they're also doing that different to what it was in the past, but I don't think they will. But the thing there is, if they have to show us a piece of a trailer, then... Well... Okay, never mind. To be entirely honest, the first time the Shadowbringers trailer dropped, nobody had a fucking clue what it meant, right? I mean, we didn't see the Crystal Tower. We didn't see any of the scenes that actually were on the first, except for that weird angel coming down. So, yeah, we kind of didn't really have a fucking clue. And now it's so this patch dropped January 10th, right? Which would mean that we're sort of aiming for like a mid-April release for 6.4, I guess. Wait, are we though? Because wouldn't that mean that we'd get 6.5 in August? Which is most definitely before the fanfests are dropping. And with how the fanfests are done, I feel like they're trying to get back to a midsummer release for the next expansion, right? Since Endwalker, because of COVID and everything, was delayed, and we also had the what's it called? I mean, Endwalker's release was at a very weird time for Final Fantasy. What if they are going to do it like a 6.6 or something? Because how else is this supposed to work? Unless the new expansion releases in March. I mean, I could see that happening as well. But then... I guess that could work. Didn't we have at one point like a fan fest in April in Japan? That was the last one before... Was it Shadowbringers? And then Shadowbringers released in July? So if the fan fest in Japan now is at the end of December, yeah, maybe they're aiming for like a March release for the new expansion. March or maybe April, depending on what their company schedule. Because April would be the next fiscal year for the company, right? If that's the same for Japanese companies, oh. So... But still, either way, all the fanfests, so all the potential for dropping trailers would be in between 6.5 and 7.0. In comparison to what it was previously. Well, Endwalker was entirely different because we only had one digital fanfest, right? And the announcement showcase. So, you know, there is certainly precedent for them doing it differently. I don't see them doing a 6.6 though, because that would mean that would have to release in December? Or maybe also January again. Yeah, technically January as well, which would then mean a potential July release again for the expansion. I don't think that they're going to be doing that. Yeah, looking back, I don't think so. So, yeah, they might be aiming for sort of a March release for the new expansion, March, April, and 6.5 dropping in around about August, September or something, with 6.55 being also in November, December. In between the fan fests, most likely. Yeah, that would make sense. So that they could then, after 6.55, drop the final trailer during the Japanese fan fest. It's like a big finale towards the new expansion. All that speculation, it doesn't get me 1 inch closer to what all of this could be. All of this is just... I mean, as you can see, I'm still... Anyways, let's get into this event. I need to take my mind off of things. I need to, I think, properly sit down and maybe discuss with a couple of people what this could mean. Because at this point, I have absolutely no fucking idea. Anyways, the Box of Fortune. The Usagi Bugyo sees great fortune in your future, does he? It's good to know, I guess. Well, like, so far the year's been pretty great, honestly. Greetings, sir. From your bearing, I gather... oh, God. From your bearing, I gather you are an adventurer. If so, there is a matter I would discuss with you. You don't know me? Ah, but where are my manners? I am the Usagi Bugyo, a member of a delegation hailing from Hingashi, a nation in the Far East. Each year, we travel across the seas to share our tradition of Heaven's Turn with the peoples of Eorzea. Yeah, I've done that quite a number of times already, so... In this realm, it is held that the gods raise up one amongst their number each year to serve as a herald of good fortune. In the Far East, however, 'tis not a god, but one of 12 noble beasts that is chosen. Yeah. In brackets, you have to say, though, that we now know what the beasts represent. So this is Menfina's year, correct? Which is actually crazy to think. Well, I guess we... must have theoretically already known this, right? I guess I just never really thought about it. So the Eorzean calendar is based on that Japanese sort of animal calendar thing. Because we're entering the year of the rabbit, right? And Menfina was the rabbit in the questline with the 12. In previous Heaven's Turn celebrations, we gifted participants Kabuto fashioned after the presiding beast, but this year we have an even greater reward, an entire set of armor. Lest you wonder, I am wearing the very price we offer. Magnificent, is it not? Surely you wish to claim a set for yourself. I do, indeed. Very much so. If you do, I encourage you to speak with the Omi Kuishi standing near the Tempest Gate. He is a member of our delegation and would be honored to present you with the armor. You need but heed his request. Alright. Sounds easy enough. Are we not going to pound Mochi this year? That was always very fun. Okay, so the Heaven Turn quests typically aren't, super extensive. I would say that they're quite a bit shorter usually compared to, let's say, Christmas or Easter. But they always have a really cool fate attached to them. So sometimes it was just pounding Mochi, right? So there was like a big Cyclops that was doing like a hammer thing and pounding Mochi, and sometimes there were living pieces of Mochi that you had to deal with. One year they also did, that was when we got the Byaku screen as a housing item, I think. And that was incredibly cool because they had a fate where it was essentially like a theatrical performance, and the Byaku screen became real, and a real Byaku jumped out of it. And we had to deal with it. That was really, really awesome. So the Fate designs are typically pretty cool. The Heaven's Turn event, funnily enough, in comparison to others, I think is a bit more low level. At least the Fate typically is, compared to the other ones. I think the quest is always still 15, but for some reason the Fate is always like level 5 or something, which is mostly due to the zone it's in, I presume, because it's always in Central Nosha, I think. Anyways, let's see what it's going to be this year. Greetings, friend. I take it you have spoken with my associate, the Usagi Bugyo, and are willing to lend your assistance. I might be indeed. Sorry. I can't stop speculating with my friend. Alright. Before I make any request of you, may I ask if you are at all familiar with the word omikuji? Am I? Omi what? Omiku what? I think I've heard that before. I just... Yeah, no. I don't know. Omikuji, my friend. 'Tis an old tradition of the Far East, one I would not expect the people of this land to know. A form of fortune-telling, omikuji may be translated as sacred lots in your tongue. One receives a lot at random, and with a message from the divine upon a piece of parchment. Okay, I've never heard... At least I don't think I've ever heard the word. It's definitely been part of a bunch of sort of, you know, Japanese anime games. I think, doesn't Persona have a scene at a temple? Well, I guess they aren't really drawing. Most of the time, I think it's just referred to as drawing fortunes or something. Yeah, I think Persona 4 and 5 have that. I don't think it does actually mention this particular name, though. Might have just been translated or something. The message contains principles that describe what will bring one fortune or misfortune. By taking these principles to heart, one will be visited with happiness. Omikuji are an indispensable part of the Heavenstone celebration of Far East, and I'm honored for the opportunity to share this tradition with the people of Eorzea. Honestly, this is kind of a shame, right? I probably should have done this on January 1st. I just didn't really have time for it because, well... Ah, well, whatever. Alas, perhaps due to a lack of familiarity, but a few souls have stopped to have their fortune told thus far. And this brings me to my request. If you're willing, I ask that you spread word of this auspicious opportunity to the townsfolk. Alright. You have my thanks. As a local, I trust you know where to look for potential participants. I look forward to receiving those souls you sent my way. Alright, so far so good. It's fairly similar, I think, to one year where we had to... I think 2 years even. I do remember there was 1 year where we had to... because it was the year of the rat, I think, and people, you know, thought that rats were, like, you know, dirty and, you know, contagious in terms of illnesses and so on. So we had to convince people that that was in fact not the case. And I think one other year we also had to, I think, explain to people what mochi meant because they didn't know. Far Eastern fortune-telling, you say? I'd wager some of our patrons would be keen. A fortune favors the bold, after all, and most here don't want for audacity, sense be damned. I'll nudge a few customers your way while taking orders. It's the least I can do in return for the extra business we get thanks to Heavenstone. I am wondering somewhat why they never, you know, think about sort of making a bunch of advertisements for their event before they're setting it up. A traditional test of luck for the new year. Consider me intrigued. As proud chaperones of the Moonfire Fair, we have a responsibility to learn what we can from other festivals. I was gonna say, I know their names. They are from the Moonfire Fair? I definitely recognize the name, I just had no idea what they belonged to or what they were doing. The idea of entrusting one's fortune to chance is a bit too superstitious for my liking, but I'm certainly curious. We're sure to let our colleagues in the Adventurers Guild know about it. Alright. I love the achievement title, by the way. Happy New Year. Really cool. It also seems to me as if a lot of people are still doing it. Well, some of them here are probably also only just going to the Grand Company, but... I've seen my fair share of Evanston's operations, but I can't say I've heard of this Omakuji business before. It does sound interesting, though. When my shift ends, I'll head over with some comrades. Might make a nice diversion. I'll take the opportunity to welcome a Far Eastern delegation on behalf of the Maelstrom. Wait, where's the other one? Oh. Ah, yeah, makes sense. For a second there, I thought it was like way too far back. We couldn't even go, but it makes more sense now. As always, I love the decorations, right? Especially the one on the lamps. Kind of look like fireworks going off. It's almost pretty sad. It's just, well, I mean, it's the same in real life, right? That things are just over so quickly. I feel like Christmas had just started, or, you know, the whole like Christmas markets had just started up, and then it was already over, and then we got the new year, and this has already been 2 weeks since then. Talking to her again. I'd known the Far Easterners were back for Evanston, but they're doing fortune-telling as well this time, you say? These fortunes, they say anything about relationships, you know, between a man and a woman? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be exclusively between those two, but sure. She's still looking for a lover, though. Poor Roswin. I think you should lower your standards a bit. Just a tip. Just curious is all. Don't get any strange ideas. Yeah. Sure. At this point, you can just feel sorry for her, right? I don't know. She... some more speculation going on there. My controller full, by the way. That looks like it. I'll be carrying around the cable the entire time. There we go. Yeah, so I don't know. They're kind of going in the same direction as I was. Specifically also with Golbez being part Zodiac in a way. Yeah. Man. Every time I start thinking about it again, my head just starts to spin, to be entirely honest. You have finished spreading word of the Omikuji. My heartfelt thanks. I dare say we can expect some participants to appear soon. Please stay and observe the proceedings. I hope they're not going to be bummed out by, you know, not getting a good fortune. Welcome, one and all. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a time-honored fortune-telling tradition of the Far East, the omikuji. The process is simple. Begin by shaking yonder box until it dispenses a stick. There will be a number on the stick which indicates which of these drawers you are to open. Well, that's very intricate. Take a piece of paper from that drawer. Upon it, your fortune is written. Once you have read your fortune, you may tie the parchment to the rack yonder. By doing so, good fortune will become better still, whilst misfortune will be cleansed. Alternately, you may also keep the parchment with you to guide you throughout the year. So, who wishes to learn their fortune first? I really, really like this tradition, to be honest. I've never done it. I mean, I've never been to Japan, nor any other place that, you know, sort of has this type of thing. I like the idea of it, though, right? And to be honest, I also love the idea of, you know, people in Japan going to sort of temples, because it seems so much more like a tradition rather than a faith, right? Because I'm not too big into religion. And, you know, sitting in a church, listening to somebody talk about the Bible or something just isn't that interesting to me. But something about, you know, going to a temple, since it's also outside, right? And you're doing it by yourself, you're not sitting there for like an hour. It is something that you can just, you go there, you know, a lot of people probably have gathered there, you know, it's New Year's, right? It's a cool sort of atmosphere probably. And then you just go there, you like draw a fortune, right? You bind the piece of paper on that rack thing and then you go home. And I don't know, something about that just appeals to me. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. I would definitely like to do it at some point in my life. Yeah. I also find it interesting how many times I've seen this tradition being done. Although the whole, you know, drawing from you know, taking a number and then drawing the fortune from a specific thing rather than just out of a box or something, that is new to me. But yeah, I've seen this tradition being mentioned and shown to me quite a number of times in media, but I didn't know the name. Well, they all do. Do we get to choose a thing too? Yes, mine says great fortune. The luckiest you can get. There isn't a single negative thing written on it. I can throw myself wholeheartedly into adventuring this year. But damn it all, mine says grave misfortune. I'm doomed, doomed, I tell you. The one you're waiting for is on their way. The love of your life will appear. This is all too sudden. This is a fine feeling to have others experience and enjoy your culture. Now, what of you, my friend? Would you care to learn your own fortune? As thanks for your help, the first slot will be free of charge. Oh, that's cool. Yes, please. I determine my own future. Well, it's still nice to participate in the goings-on here. Then go on, give the box a good shake. Can you actually not do it? What happens if you press no? Or is he still just gonna convince you? Oh. Fair fortune. Thou shalt experience moderate fortune. Keep these words of guidance in thy heart. Adventure. Stay true to thyself and the way shall open for thee. Alright, that makes sense. Relationships. Thy comrades are thy treasure. Cherish them well. Okay. Cool. I mean, I've already been doing that, but alright. Prosperity. Wealth lieth in the seas and skies. Send forth vessels to explore. Alright, now I'm wondering if they're kind of going off of what you've done in the game. That's a bit too on the nose. Is it because I've been building FC, like airships and so on? That is great conflict. A grueling battle awaiteth. Reassess thine equipment? What? Hey, I'm almost best in slot, right? Oh, they might be talking about ultimate? Favor, be resolute like unto the fury, and thou shalt know no surrender. That's because Haloni is my guardian deity, isn't it? I need to take a screenshot of this. You will be unable to review the contents of your fortune after closing this window. Are you sure you would like to proceed? Yes. I've made a screenshot of it. I love that they've done this. Holy shit. I wonder what it said for people. Is it truly based on what you've done in the game so far? Because especially the thing with, you know, the company airships and so on. That was eerily close to what I'm trying to do. Allow me to thank you once more. Without your help, these folk may never have discovered Omikuji. Whatever the divine may have in store for you, I pray the coming year will bring you happiness. Honestly, that I'm kind of sure of. Oh, the cute little rabbit. I didn't even see that. Was it on when I took the quest on as well? Okay. With great fortune comes great responsibility. Oh boy. Forgive me, my friend, but might I ask for another moment of your time? In no small part due to your assistance, many are enjoying the first experience with Omikuji. Some, however, it appears to be a source of stress. These two adventurers, for example, drew opposite results. Great fortune, it says. Can you believe it? That means I have naught to fear. Hi, this is my chance to make it big as an adventurer. And there she goes. 7 hells, what a dreadful heaven's turn this turned out to be. Grave misfortune. What did I do to deserve such rotten luck? Oh boy. I thought you could cleanse your misfortune. Isn't that the whole deal? Did you forget about that? Do not be so disheartened, my friend. Though Omikuji may foretell the fortune and misfortune, they also provide us with guidance in our daily lives. A great blessing can become a curse should one view it as a license to act rashly. Similarly, a great curse can become a blessing should one heed its warning. What you make of your lot depends on you. That's actually a good way of looking at it. That's a very, very healthy way of looking at it. So you say, but just look at Hildelana. And how happy she is. How can I be like that? Haven't you listened? Oh, by the way, the drakes? Are they called that? They look really cool with the chocobo drawing on there. Huh. My words fail to reach him, alas, but perhaps yours can. Could you try to rally his spirits? I sure can. I'm a professional at that. I have, you know, I'm a professional rallier. Professional emote user? I don't know. Are you supposed to share these fortunes? I guess so, right? I mean, all these people have done that? Where the hell is my screenshot? Oh, there we go. Well, let's rally the poor guy. Thank you for trying to cheer me up. I appreciate it truly. You do not understand the burden I bear. The burden of grave misfortune that weighs heavily upon my soul. For the love of God, they really have given that to the right person, haven't they? This is rather more serious than I thought. Please, can you think of any other ways to lift him out of his malaise? I don't know. Psych! Let's psych him up. I don't know if that's gonna help, but alright. You know, maybe we should just comfort him or something. I can't believe that... what is with this Heldelana? She just ran off and left him with this suffering. You're right. I mustn't give up the fight. And yet... oh boy. He still looks absolutely miserable. Do you feel better, my friend? I see. If I may, what did the Omikuji say in its entirety? As I mentioned, they do not only foretell one's fate, but also provide guidance in one's daily life. I must confess I didn't see anything beyond the words grave misfortune, so shocked I was. I ought to have a proper read, I suppose. Let's see here. Oh, for fuck's sake, he doesn't even read. He's like the guy that doesn't read his tooltips, right? Adventure. Thou must think of others before thyself. Well, that isn't so bad. Her next prosperity. Prepare to lose thy treasured armor. Oh boy. I knew I shouldn't have read the blasted thing. The set of armor is my pride and joy. I worked myself to the bone earning the guild to pay for it. Now I'm going to lose it all. Come now, let us read the Omikuji to the end. Look, as the navigator maintaineth her net, so too must thou tend to thy friendships. Let not camaraderie's weave fall into disrepair. Sage advice, would you not agree? This is kind of what I got, isn't it? I'd still say it. I mean, yeah, well, maybe you're supposed to help with your own advice that you got. Yes. Yes, you are right. My thanks to the two of you for helping me to see sense. Well, that was... for how bad his outlook was, it was... Oh, hey! We're still doing mochi, I guess. Help! I need help. Mochi Daikon, calm down and tell us what ails you. I was preparing for the mochi pounding when a young adventurer, cheerful and fearless, emerged from the city. At first I didn't pay her much mind, but then to my horror she ran afoul of a group of enormous fiends. The monstrosities overwhelmed her in mere moments, and I rushed here as quickly as I could for help. Oh, it's gotten foggy all of a sudden. A cheerful and fearless young adventurer. Kami, preserve. Could it be Hidalana? What? But how can this be? She was supposed to have great fortune. But this isn't the time for such questions. I must go to her aid. Vodafone, wait! I feel like Hidalana also hasn't read her piece of paper at all. This is a troubling situation. You strike me as an adventurer of considerable prowess. Will you not go after Vodafone and lend your aid if necessary? Yeah, sure. I probably just have to lift my little finger to kill whatever problem they have. Oh, thanks. Please follow me. I like that it's the same guy every year that's doing the mochi as well. But I can't speak for every year, obviously, but I think most of the years that most of the years they've had the mochi pounding stuff, he was always there, I think. Oh, you know what? I think at one point they also had a year where the mochi pounding wasn't actually part of the quest, but the fate was still there. Oh. Well, you guys handled the whole thing. You came to... Thank you. Followed me here, did you? We both took a bit of a beating, but I'm pleased to say we're still breathing. Poor Gobues. I'm all too familiar with that, though. I finished the guild's request without issue, but then I got greedy. If Baudouin hadn't arrived when he did, who knows what might have happened. I merely did what any friend would, Hidalana. I'm just glad I made it in time. I shouldn't have put you through that. And look what's become of your armor. I'm so sorry, Baudouin. It's broken because of me. I can repair that, you know. You just have to require... Well, I don't know if you have the guild for it, but... Anyways... don't mention it. It's a small price for protecting a dear friend, and one I'd willingly pay again and again. Heh. But if this didn't play out exactly as the Omikuji had foretold... Well, let's return to the city. For one, I need to pay the armorers a visit, but we'll look for you afterwards. What a relief that neither of them came to lasting harm. Let us head back ourselves. The Omikujishi will doubtless be eager to hear the tidings. Omikujishi? Sorry, how you even say that? Wait, I didn't even realize where we were. Because this is not Middle Enosha. That's where the mochi pounding event usually is. Welcome back, my friend. I understand everyone is safe, but what happened out there? Everybody's back safe and sound? Oh, wait, you don't have it? Oh, he probably brought it to the smiths. My friends, I cannot well express how relieved I am for your preservation. That is because I failed to explain the Omikuji in sufficient detail that you met with danger. I can't apologize enough. Please do not blame yourself. I am the one who overestimated my own abilities. Having great fortune doesn't mean that one can act without due care. I realize this now. And I would have realized sooner had I properly read the Omikuji beforehand. Adventure, the way shall open to those who know their limits, it says. But there's more. Relationships. Thou shalt be blessed with stalwart comrades. I truly am. Thumbs up for that. But that reminds me. What became of your armor? You wish to have it repaired, I believe. Unfortunately, it was too far gone. The armorer told me it would make more sense to have a new one crafted. Not that I have that sort of coin either. In that case, I believe we can be of service. We offer a set of yoroi, armor in your tongue, as a reward for those who have helped to make this Havenstern celebration better. You have more than earned it. Truly? This sounds too good to be true. Yeah, it kinda does, doesn't it? I mean, if it's a proper armor, how can they just give away potentially hundreds of that? Ah, but it is true, my friend, and no more than you deserve. Come now, don't be shy, take a prize and try it on. Guess he's truly gotten lucky in the end. Wow. She looks really good. It's magnificent. Just magnificent. To think my Omikuji said grave misfortune. Take this as a lesson that no matter your fortune, you still hold the power to shape your fate. And I believe the Yoroi suits you well, if I might add. As you will recall, your fortune cautioned you to put the needs of others before yourself. And so you did, by risking your life to save your comrade. That selfless act may well have reversed your grave misfortune. I see. Actually, I don't. I don't really understand the workings of Omikuji, but I do know that I'll always have Bodefon's back, just as he's always had mine. And now that he has a new set of armor, perhaps we can take to the road together. Don't know what's not to understand about that, but sure, I guess it's fine. I can't thank you enough for helping with the many unexpected troubles that occurred this day. I would be honored if you'd accept a set of Yoroi of your own. Furthermore, should you wish to draw a Mikuji, you need only say the word. Indeed, I hope to see you many more times before the festivities end. I mean, what's the point, though? Am I always getting different fortunes, or how does that work? You may now draw a Mikuji for the remainder of the Heaven's Turn festivities this year by speaking with the Far Eastern Omikujishi. Do I want to, though? I mean, I'm kinda happy with how it turned out. This honestly looks really good. I was looking for a new Red Mage armor. I don't know if it fits Red Mage all that well. Obviously, or rather the obvious job for it would be Samurai, but I really, really like my Samurai outfit. I wonder if... You think it would work as tankier, maybe? Because I'm still looking for a new warrior set. Maybe not entirely? I don't know. It's certainly a very cool set, don't get me wrong. But... well, whatever. We'll definitely be able to utilize it in the future somehow. Okay. At least I've done the event. In any case, I can put it into the armoire right away. What the hell are you doing here? What a curious custom, this Heaven's Turn business. What is Puddingway doing here? Well, if it isn't you. Just moments ago, a man calling himself the Mochi Daikon handed me a curious cake made from rice. It had an oddly soft and chewy texture. You know, I think it would go quite well with pudding. That it would indeed, Puddingway. That is awesome. I demand we be friends. Because of your fortune. Where do I know these two from? They seem somewhat familiar. Are there other people around? That is so cool that the Loporits are here. Festival supplier. Let's see, is there anything else? Oh, Heaven's Turn crane banner. Well, I want to have that. Just grab like 4 of them. Zoni. All right. Let's put the stuff into the armoire. What the fuck is that outfit? Why the hell would you do that? Anyways. Mr. Innkeep. Put these things in here. Well, I won't really be bothering with any sort of new outfit right now. I don't really think I have to do that right now. Just quickly go through my ventures. Oh. Well, those things always sell fairly quickly. Guess these things will too. Oh, well, never mind. Why are they not worth anything? What the hell? But I guess it always happens whenever, you know, they are a product of desynthesis, yet at the same time, there's nothing you craft out of them, right? And then the market just gets flooded with the particular item. Let's put this up then. Oh yeah, these are worth something. 2. Let's do that. 2. This way. Perfect. There we go. Alrighty then. What else is there to do? I definitely still have a couple of plans here. But I think I'm going to be taking a short break as well. I need to get something to drink. And, you know, standing up a bit in between, I think will help somewhat. Be right back. Okay, there we go. Right, so... let's see. That was the Heavens Tournament. Do I want to put the banners somewhere? Yeah, sure. I don't want to be carrying them around constantly. And then, just sort of as a setup for what we're going to be doing here, I still have to do the next set of Omicron quests. So if we take a look at my reputation, I've been, I have finished level 6 of the Omicron tribal quests. So we're going to be taking a look at that quest so that I can move on. Where the hell am I going? Wait. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nope, nothing returned. I didn't actually want to go into the company workshop. I'm just so used to going in here. What I wanted to actually do... Oh, wait. Besides this... Besides this... Nope, not place. I wanted to store these things. I need to remember where I put them. Anyways, let's swap over to Miner. Gatherer role actions. Oh, right. They moved some stuff to be role actions. Oh, this was at 100%. All right. Well, hopefully they still work without me having to put them somewhere else. So I think what they changed is that previously these things were, separate for each gatherer, even though they do the exact same thing, and all they did was move them here for some reason, even though I realized that even though these two are the exact... Yeah, I don't know what they did here. No idea. They're both the exact same thing, I think. Whatever. It's fine. I don't think I have to change anything. Ultima Thule. There we go. God, after everything that I just did with the main quest, hearing this music feels already kind of nostalgic and weird way. That's crazy. It's not even been that long since we did the end of Endwalker, right? But it already feels just nostalgic. Anyways, let's do this. Mostly heartless. It is possible that your projections regarding the consequences of the current mission were insufficient. I do wish that we could, with the new clear blue background, well, maybe not get these backgrounds for the dialogue boxes specifically, but get a clear blue background for the dialogue boxes. That would be pretty cool. That is the one issue, honestly, that the game has in terms of doing themes, right? Because over the years, they've actually introduced a lot of different sort of UI elements for various things, right? So there are particular, like there are unique dialogue boxes for a couple of things. There are, well, a lot of unique windows, to be honest. I mean, most of what you can do in the Island Sanctuary, for example, are completely uniquely designed, windows just for that content, which, on the one hand, I do appreciate that. On the other hand, that is kind of the death of customization in that regard, right? Because they can never really do a theme that encompasses everything unless they want to change that every time with every theme. Yeah. Nah, whatever. Reports from behind the counter indicate that dragons have achieved social integration with other customers. This is ideal.
Have you seen them in Elysium? They're flying again. Goodness, I'm so happy we could help. To my eye, it looks as if we're at least as popular as The Last Stand now, albeit with a more diverse clientele. I'll let you be the judge of that, though.
Shift protocols engaged. What? What are we judging? Apparently the extreme trial is also quite confusing if you do it for the first time. But then again, that's kind of always the case as well. The Liga Dragon. Mayhap one day fate shall see fit to reunite me with my faraway kin. A dragon can but dream. Well, let us hope so. Have I already gotten this music, by the way? I'm not entirely sure. I think so. I was just wondering why I've never really put it anywhere. I was thinking of utilizing it for my island, but I don't know if that fits. Quite a beautiful cafe, to be honest.
I love the smell of carrot coffee in the eternal twilight.
Sure, buddy.
And look at all of the contented customers enjoying our cuisine. This is more than I could have ever imagined when I proposed this idea.
This unit is struggling to generate areas for improvement. Are all cafe objectives now complete?
I suppose you could say that, though it is a strange way to view one's accomplishments. Why do you ask?
In accordance with the directives to all Alphatron registered units to live, this unit's mission is to assist fallen civilizations in reclaiming lost hope through simulation, soup, or other means as necessary. It appears this has been accomplished. If so, then this unit must complete its performance evaluation immediately.
Performance evaluation? That sounds dreadfully dull.
Rather, yes. Nevertheless, this unit must adhere to standard operating protocol and analyze the results of our cultural preservation efforts. What is background? Oh, that one. Somehow I didn't remember the beginning of it. Whatever. Evaluation results will determine whether this unit may continue to embrace the familiar inertia of the current mission. If all potential objectives have been fulfilled, it will once again consign itself to hibernation. Allied units may wish to know that interim evaluations indicate the latter result is likely. This unit has collected more than sufficient data proving that, with the appropriate simulation, even despairing lifeforms may once again hope. No further research on the subject is required. Logically speaking, to continue along the current trajectory would be a waste of energy. Aw. I think he's sad.
Oh, you are really fluffing my fur right now. It's like you weren't even listening to my lectures. Plural! We are finally at the point where we can operate this cafe without one civilization or another reinventing the apocalypse, and you want to kick the bucket. Come a little closer and I'll kick it for you.
That was, wow. This unit gently reminds the screeching lifeform that Omicron decision-making algorithms do not prioritize emotion.
Well, they should. This mission has never been about experimental data, and you know it. Waste of energy, my furry arse. How feelings matter to the dynamics. They matter to the universe. So why don't they matter to you?
This unit does not know what to tell you.
Fine, be that way. See if I care.
He just turns around. I thought he was gonna walk away. He just turns around and sulking. Good. This unit will proceed to base Omicron to back up unit data before shutdown protocols initialize. Additional personnel changes may follow, but Stigma 4 will minimize disruption to cafe operations. This unit acknowledges the non-zero possibility that it may return, but at least for the moment it leaves the last tracks in your capable appendages. Farewell. I love how he said, I just realized, he doesn't say in your capable hands, he says in your capable appendages. Oh god. Did you want to go after it?
I don't know. This is horrible. We can't let N7000 enter permanent hibernation. What will the cafe do without it? What will I do?
Aw, he really got attached to him, huh? Or it. But, no.
Alright, I'm calm. Now, how do we stop it? Even if we can catch up to it before it reaches base Omicron, I doubt it will want to speak to me after my outburst. You go alone then. I'll take the time to gather my thoughts.
I actually didn't think we were going to be dealing with this. Not that I mind, it's just the last civilization was still there, right? The one that was all the way at the end of the level 90 dungeon. Alright, we need to go to base Omicron. Just makes me wonder if maybe they'll enter the fray here. And through helping them, we'll make N7000 realize how important he might be to others. Idling units. Alright. Your request for personal data acknowledged, scanning recent automatic transmissions or of eternal processing logs. Unit N7000 accessed the logical process records of Sir and has been engaging in analysis and projection related to the same. The operational protocol governing these peculiar actions cannot be determined at this time. This unit wishes you pleasant speculation. God, I love these quests so much. The little details, like, you know, pleasant speculation is just so cool. Particularly with, you know, recent events in mind. Wait a second, you guys are here! We see the civilization has also unified into a collective and further transcended to a state of supreme efficiency. This as well. Is it? Doesn't that mean that they, like you, would, you know, want to just end it all? Request for location data acknowledged. Searching base Omicron monitoring logs. Sensors detected N7000's progress towards the fallow portal. Calculations indicate that it will have proceeded past the empty portal towards the limits of Ostracon Decahexi by the time code at which the organic lifeform can catch up. This is so cool. Fucking hell, how do they come up with that? Like, the sentences or the stuff they're saying is completely on the nose and like meta level written, while at the same time making perfect sense for what they would be saying. Ah boy. I guess he's standing in front of that tree that the other Omicron at one point, you know, had questions about. Was that during the main story or was that a side quest? I don't actually remember. It's been a while since I've been here. I don't even remember the mobs around this place. Wait a second. I'm supposed to kill you? Whatever. Although, you know what, since we're already here. I should have maybe healed before doing this. Where's my curing walls? Oh, there we go. Right, what was this thing? Oh. One was enough, apparently. Weirdly shaped tree. Let's see what he makes of it. The signals of an allied unit are not unwelcome, but why did you follow this unit here? Why did you come here? Yeah, that is actually a very good question, because it doesn't coincide with what you said. This unit has been analyzing logs originating from M017 alias Stigma 1 alias Sir for some time now. As Unit M017, it repeatedly paid visits to the Tree of Life to analyze eternal projections. The impetus for these actions was logged as personal reasons. Right. I had completely forgotten that it was sort of Sir's avatar that did this. Somehow, when I just remembered now, I thought it was some random Omicron unit, but it was literally Sir. Right. In other words, when its protocols were insufficient, M017 came here to ponder its next course of action. This unit had hoped that the tree might provide data of use in its current dilemma. No such data has been forthcoming. In retrospect, there is a non-zero possibility that M017 did not find what it was looking for here either. This unit cannot conceptualize actions outside of its original programming that might lead to its desired conclusion. All simulations of upcoming performance evaluation end in shutdown. The precise value of a future in which this unit carries on operating the cafe in service of our myriad patrons remains unknown, and thus cannot be mathematically comparable to that of a successful evaluation. Nevertheless, this unit's preference remains constant. Does this preference then constitute a logical fallacy that must be discarded? Inconclusive. As a military information and operations specialist, this vacillation is most distressing. I mean, he's not entirely wrong, but that's kind of, he's pondering the meaning of life, right? I mean, yeah, logically speaking, none of us really have any sort of business being here. I mean, right? What's the point? But we still are. We're still living, and we're still doing things. So there must be a reason for us. I guess it's not always easy to find that reason, right? Further review of the objective reality that the cafe has restored hope to multiple once-fallen civilizations is not helping. Paradoxically, it appears to make this unit's memory overflow even worse. Also true. Why not listen to your heart rather than your calculations for once? Happiness will do. I don't know if I would call him entirely happy yet. I don't know if this helps either, though. I mean, isn't his problem that he kind of doesn't really have a heart? Or something that would sort of be the same thing? Would a being that is based on calculations be able to discard those very ones and... well, I don't know. Let's try the first one. I honestly don't know what to say to him. That is impossible. As a mechanical life form, this unit does not possess any such vulnerable organs, physically or metaphorically, unless... You know what? I'm still asking myself sort of a fundamental question about the Omicrons. So, they were at one point real intelligent beings, right? Like, they're still super intelligent, obviously, but, I mean, they were real life forms, not mechanical. At least they said so. And then at some point, they transferred themselves into mechanical bodies, and from then on, I guess, went onto a more logical behavior. But I guess somewhere deep within, they must still have access to something that would be very, very similar to what they would have been able to experience. Unless they purposefully get rid of it, right? Isn't that also what they talked about when that topic came up? That they sort of purposefully discarded some of their... Well, not discarded, but just made less important, right? Or not really consider in their calculations that there is also a part of what made them sort of living beings in the first place. Dude, unless allied units were correct, and this unit is truly not the same unit it once was. If all lifeforms reborn in Ultima Thule, including this unit, possesses infinite potential in a mathematical sense. Wow. Wait, that's... I didn't even think about that. That is actually super logical, yet at the same time still true, and leads to a better future for him. Generating new projections, multi-sim mode initialized, shutting down auxiliary functions, and overclocking processors. I don't know if that's a good idea, though. Wait, yeah, if you look at it in terms of mathematical infinity, wouldn't the logical conclusion then be that you try everything there ever is and ever will be? In a way? I mean, there would never be a reason to shut down because there is always another number to check, essentially, in a mathematical sense, right? In a like more human sense, it would mean, well, just searching for new opportunities, I guess. Oh yeah, that doesn't sound that great. This unit is processing. Did he actually shush me? Warning, processing load critical, cannot accept additional inputs. Failure to step away from the unit may result in severe burns. Though its state is worrisome, it seems that you will be unable to interrupt N7000's processing queue at present. Perhaps you should bring Jamming Ray along to kick its bucket. I don't know if that's gonna help. I mean, you know, even though they are, you know, what's the word here? Oh, for fuck's sake, my damn stick is acting up again. Even though they are, well, hopefully reaching the correct, I guess, interpretation of events and conclusion, they are still actually mechanical, right? Meaning that just like we can kind of, you know, push our bodies too much, they could also potentially, you know, break their processes by overthinking things, I presume. But maybe Jamming Ray can help either way. Still sad, huh?
All of this worrying is exhausting. Not to mention the yelling. Apologies for that, by the way. But did you find N7000? Is it alright?
Kinda.
Huh. I recall seeing this Sir in the logs. It did seem to have individualistic tendencies, now that you mention it. You would know its personal reasons better than I, of course, but it would not be the first nor the last to agonize over its existence. The choice to live is not made just the once, after all. No, I don't think it's a leap, or even a bunny hop, to assume that M017 struggled with much the same questions of purpose and potential that plague N7000. The Omicrons have very little experience with self-doubt that comes from facing an indeterminate future. Very little experience with emotions in general, really. Does it not bother you that we've seen no changes to Elysian that could be attributed to N7000 and the other staff? The Dynamis reacted to my very first burst of hope and has reliably taken form for every civilization, but not them.
Do they have a... Well, To be fair, haven't they already sometimes expressed emotion? I guess you could call it more a certain type of confusion at the fact that they, almost expressed emotions. They couldn't really process that most of the time. I guess, yeah, are they lacking hope for the future? I wouldn't necessarily call it that, but I get what they're trying to say here, right? It's not necessarily hope for the future so much as even thinking about the future as a future, right? Instead of mathematical possibility. I like the first answer better. Because we've kind of seen them have emotions, they just didn't really, I guess, identify them as such.
Precisely. Should our N7000 then not have the power to shape dynamos in spades? Look how successful it's been. Personally, I believe it does have that power, but every time it feels a little something, it shoves that emotion away under a pile of numbers and refuses to think about it ever again.
That is actually a good observation, Jammingway. That is kind of what I tried to say. Yeah, that's what it felt like every time something like that happened, right? They were kind of confused for a second, and then just disregarded it because they didn't know what it was, I suppose.
It needs to allow itself to feel that joy, that hope, for it to grow and blossom in Elysium. None of this waste of energy, time to die bollocks. Honestly, does it ever think about anyone else? Mark my words, I'm going to gather every scrap of joy we've created here and shove them right down its stupid throat. We'll need to be quick if we want to prepare for N7000 finishes processing and finds a way to infuriate me even more. Certainly not allowing it to shuffle off its metal coil, today or ever. First though, we'll need to choose a recipe, one guaranteed to remind it of what we've accomplished here at the Last Dregs, and give it a taste of the boundless happiness yet to come. I'm certain Stigma 4 can dig something out of its database that can represent our culinary achievements without proving an electrocution hazard. Wait just a moment. Here we are.
Oh, you brought the entire thing? Thrusters disengaged. N7000 not detected. Awaiting promised explanation.
It's quite a long story.
Wouldn't it have been easier for me to just go to that thing? Well, I mean, it's a machine that can float, so maybe it wasn't really that much of an ordeal for it to get here. Circumstances acknowledged. N7000 logs transmitted to central database confirm the accuracy of managerial report. Conclusion reached by N7000 also confirmed accurate operational protocols are absolute. Completion of missions necessitates permanent hibernation.
I don't think I'll ever understand your culture's obsession with productivity.
However, running in multi-sim mode for prolonged periods poses unacceptable risks to hardware. Immediate intervention recommended.
Aha! Not quite the sympathetic response I was looking for, but it'll do. As for your intervention, I propose the presentation of a delicious dish that will bring N7000 back to its senses. What do you think it would like?
Invalid input. Preferences are irrelevant to mechanical life forms. What N7000 requires is refrigerant liquid.
A cooling beverage, then. I think we can manage that. Can you search your database for local ingredients we might use? N7000 always seems to know what it was doing, so I've never bothered learning where anything is.
Auxiliary information evaluated. Nevertheless, request acknowledged. Scanning database. Ding! Gaseous matter suitable for condensation and subsequent ingestion contained in ovular ore samples in Ostracon Trier. Approximate coordinates 30, 9.5, 2.5.
I can't get over the fucking fact that they're using the actual map coordinates for these quests. Wonderful. You're a natural at this.
Managerial praise is unnecessary. Scanning the database is well within standard operational protocols. Production of vital liquids such as refrigerants and oils is also standard protocol for a logistic matrix. However, cafe operations have repeatedly demonstrated that standard chemical formulae are insufficient impetus for the alteration of dynamis. That is where cafe management must intervene. Allied Unit N7000 is depending on you. Do not fail.
Don't you worry, Stigma 4. We would never let our allied units down. I leave the procurement of the primary ingredient to you. In the meantime, I'll see what else might be mechanically digestible around here.
Ding! N7000 coordinates confirmed. Subject remains immobile. Retrieval unit will be dispatched to Ostracon Decahexi momentarily. Cool. At least he's not gonna die then by processor overload. Methane eggs. I guess it's faster to teleport. I'm never quite sure here in Ultima Thule. Because sometimes in terms of the map, it still looks as if it's almost the same distance, but there's also considerable height involved most of the time, so... I mean, the cafe is up there, right? It doesn't look too far away, to be entirely honest. Whisper from somewhere they drift on the... All right then, is the entire description of this thing. I guess, yeah, it actually, you know, fits pretty well, not gonna lie. Yeah, I suppose I'll just fly back, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of constantly going through those portals. I know it doesn't really take that long, but still. Also, it's sometimes just quite a bit, you know, calming and nice to just traverse a zone like this.
I dare say Stigma 4 will be dragging N7000 back here any moment now. Did you find the gassy what's-its?
Yeah, the alright then eggs.
Emissions ahoy! Now we just need to condense this, perhaps shake it up with some other bits and bobs for the proper cocktail experience.
How can we even make a cooling dish out of methane? Is that a thing you can do? Doesn't methane typically create heat? I don't know. It would actually shut down. Emergency override command prompt. exec. Chuck command. Ah, these quests get better and better. Holy shit. I hope, you know, with the upcoming Ultimate of Omega, I honest to God hope that they're going to introduce some weird programming stuff into that. That would be so ridiculously funny. Beep. Beverage protocols initiated. Please wait. That was a cool sound. Did it drink? The last Drex. This unit would like to register its confusion.
You miserable sack of sockets! Bolthead, weird-looking fork! I'll kick your bucket into the next galaxy, you...
Ah yes, this unit remembers now. Dialogue with the screeching lifeform had reached an impasse, so it withdrew to organize its thought process in peace. This unit became trapped in a processing loop and overheated, but temperatures are now nominal. As your civilization would say, View.
So you're feeling better? That's the best news I've heard all day. No thanks to you.
This unit's circuits are still somewhat muddled, reviewing event log for flags associated with mission to live. Well, hopefully it doesn't get stuck in the same loop again. Ding. Results of recalculated projections located. Proceeding to Elysion to confirm. What the? Are we actually gonna see some Omicron Dynamis created something?
You could at least explain yourself. It sounds like it's expecting some change to the Dynamis, with sort of no idea after it.
Alright. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, so since we've only dealt with them this time around, I feel like, or I guess that the Niberans are gonna be the last ones? Which is really interesting, because typically the way they're doing this is that they, you know, the 7th level quest that I'm now doing is oh god, almost choked up my own spit. It's technically the last one, and then the very last quest is, you know, a bit of a review slash epilogue to the entire thing. But didn't they also, I think I was already confused when I did the Akasudara B stripes, right? Because didn't they do the same thing there? Maybe they're now actually utilizing all the quests, because to be entirely honest, that always bothered me somewhat, that they already didn't have that many quests to tell these stories, and then they always chose the last one as a sort of epilogue to everything. But apparently they have kind of overhauled that decision now, which is pretty good, honestly. Looking forward to the last quest then.
Stigma Force logs confirmed that N7000 came this way. Make haste.
Alright, I want to see what happened there. Holy hell. What the Okay, something about this makes me way more happy than I ever thought I would be about these quests. What? I just expected part of their homeworld to appear. What an awesome change. What the fuck? It's just other versions of that tree. So the dynamis and the happiness of them didn't create their homeworld, but rather kind of an evolution of it, I guess? An organic evolution of it? Okay, I think this is the second time today that I've kind of been mind blown. I did not expect this at all. It seemed, you know, well, in retrospect, it almost seems logical, but what?
Of course. Did N7000 do this?
What the fuck? It doesn't look anything like what we've seen on the, you know, on their home planet.
You always a very thorough report.
Affirmative. As you may have detected, since the birth of Elysion, this unit's self-determination algorithm has been in conflict with its core protocols. This issue has been surpassingly difficult to resolve. The cooling solution that you made, however, enabled this unit to arrive at a conclusion. It is confident in the result of its performance evaluation. First, a thought experiment for allied units. How has this unit transformed the landscape of Elysion despite its nature as a replicated mechanical lifeform? Man, the first two are both really good. But I think I'm gonna go with the first one, because I like the message that it sends. Your nature doesn't matter. Here, now, you are alive. Though the dead are gone, what they left behind lives on in the realm of infinite possibility. A pleasing analysis indeed. This unit regrets not having seen the beauty in it earlier. Thank you. This unit will keep your words close to its heart. In the history of the universe, countless possibilities have gone unfulfilled, but it is an error to thus consign them to the realm of the impossible. All the Dynamis requires is that we ask, what if? How the fuck can they make these quests so fucking beautiful? While sentient lifeforms remain to ask that question, to dream of unrealized futures, this unit cannot agree with the Eos conclusion that the end of the universe is inevitable. Our data proves that miracles happen. This makes me emotional, what the hell?
Took you long enough. Honestly, you gave me quite a fright with that shutdown nonsense.
That is such a cool outlook at life, what the fuck? And it's honestly something that I've come to kind of conclude for myself as well, right? Because there are so many problems that we're facing right now, and again, I don't want to now suddenly bring in real issues here when we've had such a happy moment. I just want to say that even if a lot of the stuff that we're facing today sometimes seems impossible to surmount, or it seems that it's inevitable to have it happen again in the future, or, you know, it's inevitable that we're going to face, you know, much bigger problems in the future as well. We have to remind ourselves, just because something seems bad, or just because even when we do know something is going to be bad in the future, doesn't mean that we can't deal with it, right? Now, of course, it doesn't mean that we can just, you know, sit on our ass and do nothing about it, right? But at least you can always be hopeful. You can always think that, you know, no matter what comes, we can push through it. We can find a solution to every problem. And sometimes it will be hard, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible, right? And I think that's a very, very good outlook to have, and something that honestly every person should try to bear close to their hearts, right? I cannot believe that this kind of lesson is in a fucking side tribal quest somewhere in this game. This is by far, I think, my favorite beast tribe so far. This is not to say that the others are bad at all. Some of them are really, really good, but... well, the thing is also, this just... It's not a single beast tribe per se. It's just... you know, it brings together everything that we've seen in Ultima Thule, everything that has happened in the main story in Ultima Thule, and everything that we saw in that last dungeon, right? All of those civilizations that have been dead, or at least, you know, in a struggle for their future for a very long time now, and to see that be overturned and hope return is something truly beautiful. And I think they've encompassed it perfectly with not bringing in what, you know, sort of the mechanical planet of the Omicrons look like, but rather this tree, right, that represents them sort of returning to their roots in a very, very literal sense. And yeah, making clear that, you know, maybe the future doesn't always look good, but just because the odds are stacked completely against you does not mean that there isn't like a tiny chance that it might still get better, right? And to just look at everything mathematically and rationally doesn't tell the entire story, right? And I guess that's also not only, yeah, it's the beauty of life, isn't it? And something that we as humans should maybe remember a bit more often is that life always finds a way, right? It truly does. And even though the heat death of the universe might seem inevitable, I wouldn't bet on life not surviving it. In, I don't know, 16 billion years or whenever that happens. Interesting. Would you miss this unit if it were gone, Jammingway? Jammingway, requesting acknowledgement of warm and fuzzy feelings. That's really cute.
Never in a billion years, Bold Brain. Denied, denied, denied.
In any case, this unit recognizes the role the Alphatron star played in cutting the futures of many civilizations short. Together with allied managers, the Omicrons have restored hope to some such civilizations and assisted in developing Elysion to its current state. The star now teems with life, some of it newly born. Calculations may say that this is sufficient to fulfill this unit's mission, but this unit disagrees. What we have accomplished thus far is a significant step toward a new future for the Omicrons, but not the last. This unit believes in infinite possibilities, beyond the projection capabilities of even Stigma 4. Alongside our allies at the last dregs, we must continue to make them real. Which is also such a beautiful way of saying that life will always be more than what machines can portray, right? For anybody saying that AI cannot, like, can overtake us, or, you know, we can sometimes be... I mean, it shows that I guess if you look at life as having infinite possibilities, no processor can ever have, you know, infinite calculations, because you would have to take infinite years to calculate them, right? But somehow life is capable of doing that. Somehow we are capable of doing that. Not necessarily calculating through all the possibilities, but rather somehow managing to find the one that, you know, leads to success. We shall atone, and we shall live.
A worthy purpose, if you ask me. Which you ought to, given that I'm still your business partner.
Gladly acknowledged, Jammingway. Now he also calls him Jammingway, actually. What a happy quest.
Come to think of it, we've never toasted to our achievements, nor shared the drink at all. What kind of cafe managers are we? I brought some refrigerant cocktail along with my normal supplies in case someone needed another wake-up call. What do you say we have a picnic?
I can't believe that, when you really think about it, this is still all Vinar's doing, right? Or Heidelin's doing. She somehow managed to create the Loporrits in a way that allows the entire universe to heal. I mean, and she knew about this as well, because she saw what Medion was and how she reacted. And so she came up, I guess, with the one thing that counteracted that very specific thing. It is so crazy for me to think about that now we can truly kind of already have started rebuilding literally the entirety of the universe. This is so crazy to think about.
The last Drek specialty carrot juice for us, of course. I never go anywhere without it.
Honestly, looks very delicious. I'm usually not a fan of carrot juice, but that one, I think I would try.
When I proposed this idea, I was thinking of the cafes on Atheris. How the people inside smiled and laughed and spoke of tomorrow. We've been focused on providing our customers the same experience, naturally. That's also what the last Drex is to us, isn't it?
Affirmative. This unit would go so far as to assert that spending time with friends in this fashion is meaningful. What am I drinking? Maybe should have taken off the mask. I sometimes wish you could, I don't know, the game doesn't have an auto function for taking off, headgear in cutscenes. It would actually be pretty cool. Well, that is also why whenever I do my Summoner Glam, because Summoner is my main and that's always what I do all the story quests with, that is why I always wear headgear that actually displays my face rather than hiding it. This sense of satisfaction is what organic life forms persistently term happiness, is it not? I do actually like how Jammingway started smiling when he realized what N7000 had said and meant by that as well.
That was the best carrot juice I've had in my whole Loporrit life.
That raises several questions, but this unit will restrain itself in favor of thanking you once again for his assistance in its time of need. This unit apologizes for burdening you with additional shifts. Does it raise several questions? I mean, Jammingway should be 12,000 years old roundabout, but they've slept for most of their lives, right? So,
I note that you have yet to apologize to me for the distress you've caused.
This unit has been distressed numerous times due to unwarranted screeching from the hyperbole-prone lifeform and thus considers us even.
See if I save your sorry scrap metal ever again.
Additionally, this unit would prefer that, as business partners, we provide mutual assistance as a matter of course. That is what organic lifeforms mean by partnership, is it not?
So long as you hold up your part of the bargain, we're going to keep the last tracks open until the very end of the universe.
I take that as promise, Jammingway.
And beyond, no universe is ending on our watch.
And I truly do believe that. Makes me emotional once more. Okay, seriously, whenever this game shuts down, somehow they have to keep like one server alive and just put Jammingway in this cafe in it. Or maybe just sort of Ultima Thule, or at least that part of Ultima Thule, as a, permanent reminder that nothing ever ends and we can achieve everything. I don't know, it's so cool. I should be able to purchase the mount now, I think. Fully caffeinated. Meef's horn. When blown, this horn emits an ethereal sound that summons a Meefs to envelop you in its otherworldly embrace. Well, there we go. The Meefs. Born at Elysian from the hopes of the Ea, this peculiar dynamous lifeform possesses a semi-transparent body reminiscent of a jellyfish and can deliver a sting of sorts with the lightning it harbors. There is no greater pleasure for it than to connect with others in the microcosm of its heart. Literally. Just like jellyfish, they jump, jerk, and jolt to jiggle themselves up. Babalago? Wait, is that from the fishing? What? Well, this is gonna be super difficult again. Honestly, as cool as this mount is, considering that the Meef also puts you inside of itself, maybe I should remove this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I love how adorably small they are. This is so cool. Oh, man. Anyways, let's do the next 3 quests. Remote debugging. Analysis of soft and gooey lifeform Meef suggests that its capacity to emit an electrical charge will be extremely effective in the extermination of small invertebrates. This analysis has been performed for reasons. Mission-critical reasons. Reports indicate the dragons are regularly accosted by a swarm of buzzing arthropods of similar description. This presents a favorable opportunity to put the Meef's electrical manipulation capabilities to the test, while simultaneously expelling the aforementioned pests. The successful incorporation of allied unit into the Meef's gelatinous flesh will be critical for the completion of its objectives. Comply with the guidance of the Advanced Pest Extermination Unit in Station Rayatara and destroy enemy arthropods without fail. Sure. Allied in the dark. According to an incomprehensible theory offered by the flea-ridden manager, draconic patronage remains below preferred levels due to the dark environment in which they live, dampening their spirits. As protocol requires compliance with management orders, even when they are stupid, the furnishing of Rayatara with vibrant and colorful organisms must be duly coordinated. Allied unit, you shall be charged with delivering the specimens. Procure a few clumps of bioluminescent rock moss from the Elysian fields and deliver them to the Advanced Environmental Stimulation Unit in Rayatara. Alright. Research is underway to develop a new menu for draconic patrons of the Last Dregs. At present, preliminary trials using resources available on Elysian are being performed to recreate the taste of home the dragons once enjoyed on their planet. It has been proposed that an organic lifeform's touch may aid in this effort, and for that reason, your services are requested. Receive the full mission briefing from the Advanced Culinary Research Unit stationed in the Elysian area dedicated to youth recreation. Youth recreation? What the fuck? Oh boy. These quests are truly something. There we go. Bioluminescent rock moss. I guess I should, just collect a lot of them again. Because that way I don't have to, do it again for reaching the next level. And at present, I do have at least some inventory space left, thankfully. Unbroken promises. Allied lifeform recognized. This unit will now proceed to mission briefing. Your mission is thus procure samples of worms that appeal to the gustatory inputs of organic lifeforms from rocky outcrops in the vicinity and deliver them to present coordinates at maximum achievable speed. Wait, what? over there. This honestly has become such a cool place to hang out in. Again, makes me kind of wish that it would be more on the overworld instead of being a separate instance, but whatever. Still cooler than... Don't get me wrong, I like that pixie level. You know, with the pixie quests and Shadowbringers, but this is just better. Analysis of allied lifeforms' dimpled facial expression suggests mission was successful. Immediate transfer of the requested items is desired. There we go. Bzz. This unit can confirm the delivered items fall within acceptable parameters, preparing to display appreciation for allied lifeforms cooperation. Thank you. Return to Sigma 4 for mission debriefing and compensation. Well, that was easy. I do kind of wish that at some point this would be an entire planet. I mean, I guess it can be, with the power of Dynamis, but... The Advanced Culinary Research Unit sent communication of mission success. Your contribution was noted favorably. Current evaluation of the difficulty of mission to recreate comestible native to the Dragonstar remains high at present, but within realistic boundaries nonetheless. Further analysis of available culinary methods necessary. Additional problems are anticipated. The dragon's prodigious size necessitates that a sustainable means of amassing enough provisions to satisfy their appetite be determined. Research and development of aquaculture done in parallel may prove a promising solution. Sure. Sounds like an idea. I very much appreciate that they've put a lot of the mission objectives somewhat close to the Aetherites. Some of them are not, but, you know, that's perfectly fine. I should probably do this first. No, wait. That one. So this was the one with the meefs. Allied lifeform detected. Scans indicate presence of requested items in your belongings. Immediate surrender of said items requested. There you go. Delivery of items confirmed. All appears to be in order. You may return to Stigma 4 for mission debriefing and compensation when ready. Alright. How many of these do I have to do? How many days is that? So it's 180 per day? So 10 days, right? Actually quite a lot. Bzz. Allied lifeform recognized. Commencing mission briefing. Deed. The microscopic invertebrates pestering the dragon's nest within rock cavities. Allied lifeform must assimilate itself into the meefs, or whatever. Head to the indicated coordinates and emit an electrically charged blast to exterminate the hostile anthropods. Show no mercy. Oh god. I love their flying animation as well. How can you come up with a mount that is this cool? It's not even just the mount design, it's also where it comes from, right? And what it represents that is so awesome. A host of repulsive insects still smoking from the electric blast crawl out from under the rocks. Though they struggle to creep forward, it is mere moments before their bodies grow entirely motionless. Whoa. That's a fairly brutal description. Okay. Guess we're just gonna go back there. Perfectement. I mean, rank 8, you know, I still have to do at some point in the future, but that's fine. There we go. There's always this, like, half a second of reorientating yourself whenever you teleport to this place. Even though technically I think you always appear on the same side of the aetheryte? Maybe? Ah, well, whatever. Report received from on-the-ground extermination unit. Allied unit's performance has been rated as excellent. Considerable reduction of irritability detected in dragons inhabiting Rayatara. Positive influence on areas Dynamis anticipated. Electrical manipulation capabilities displayed by the Meefs have proven invaluable in completing today's objective. However, analysis will require additional extermination data. Your continued assistance in merciless annihilation would be most welcome. Sure. You know, I'm not... Like, I sometimes do like merciless annihilation of insects. Depends on the insects and on what they're doing. Mission report from the Advanced Environmental Stimulation Unit has been received. Engaging monologue sequence to share results of analysis as an expression of appreciation for your cooperation. Invasion of the Dragon Star led to its eventual destruction. The Barrens the dragons inhabit is a simulation born from that memory. Significant change in the environment is not expected at this stage, but outlook for positive shift in their sentiment has marginally increased. Conclusion, this mission has no end in sight. Allied unit is requested to accept compensation for missing mission completion and make its preparations to receive new orders. God, this is so... Whoever came up with this and made this so perfect, I can't believe how well this works, right? Even it's common in terms of, you know, you have to do this quite a number of times again and again and again. It's just too perfect. Well, anyways, there is one more thing that I wanted to do. One more thing that I need to do, rather, this week. And since I'm not really planning to stream 14 again before reset, I think it will probably be good. It would be a good idea to do this. Yeah, cool. Wait, that's the Totaro quest. That's the Wandering Minstrel. Wait a second. Oh, oops. Why did I think it was in Charlian? The quest I'm looking for is not here at all. Let's just unlock the extreme trial real quick. As I said, I won't be doing this today, nor I think tomorrow, but yeah, it's a good idea to have it unlocked regardless, I guess. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, this minstrel is all ears. Rubicante. The Voidsent thought to cross the rift and launch an assault on our world. Goodness, and here I thought you might find a reprieve from your dealings with the Void and its denizens. Pray tell me more. And the last time we talked to him, we unlocked Barbaricia, right? So... I see. Theirs was a world bereft of true death, and so they sought its release in ours. Most curious impetus to take action, would you not agree? And this Rubicante, he too was prepared to embrace his end with open arms. Yet I cannot help but wonder, had he drank deeper of the dragon's ether, how brightly might his soul have burned ere it flickered and failed. I do believe this quandary has inspired the makings of a new verse. If you might lend me your ear a moment. Sure. Always up to that. In armor black, the might did ride to claim lands wherein death resides. Thither would his people know a silent gift of death's great flow. Honor bound, a fiend of fire, forged in battle, honed by ire, He stood defiant, soul ablaze, heart heavy with sins of bygone days. These are actually quite beautiful every time. In another life, one might say he had the heart of a hero true. A heart broken, perhaps, by the bitter truth that the void could not be saved without sacrifice. Yet he was willing to offer up his soul to become a monster, dying to uphold his ideals. A heroic sacrifice in his eyes, no doubt. The circumstances of his death aside, I believe such a noble soul is worthy of remembrance and song, that people may look back on the man that he was, rather than the beast he became. Mount Ordeals Extreme now accessible. Wonder what the trial would be. Or not what it, did I say what it would be? Not really what it would be, but rather what it will entail in terms of mechanics. I thought the normal mode definitely had cool potential. But in a way felt a bit similar to Barbaricia, which makes sense, right? That they would be somewhat similar. So, but Barbaricia, the extreme mode had, you know, a lot of AoEs and stuff going on, which it was a pretty cool fight. It made it felt fairly fast-paced, but at the same time, it also, you know, just having a billion AoEs go off doesn't necessarily facilitate, you know, a challenging fight per se, but it was pretty fun. So I kind of expect this to be somewhat similar in this regard, just that in this particular case, instead of having the hair mechanic that ties people together, they have the fire mechanic with the shifting lines and whatnot. Which I guess in Extreme's probably going to be that he just sends out, I don't know, 2 flame things at a time or something. Or might just combine it with other mechanics. A monster in flesh, yet a man in spirit. Hearing the tale of your bout with Rubicante sets the wandering minstrel's mind to racing. What if the void scent drank deeper of the great worm's ether? It was not long before the minstrel, with the help of his seemingly boundless imagination, conjures a fiery new composition. The poetic tones set your ears to burning as your mind harkens back to that fateful encounter with the Archfiend of Fire. Honestly, sometimes I wish they would put the song or the rhyme that he sings to you into the description of the trials. That would be pretty cool. Ah, well. Just as a quick look, there's probably a lot of them here, right? How many people are doing Ultimate and Party Finder now? Are you kidding me? How is that a thing? I can't believe that this has become a thing. That's so crazy to me. LC1 west 2 east. Okay, rest south. Whatever that means. Farm. LC north, south, rotate clockwise. Cool. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of parties for that. Not that many overall, though. Oh well. Anyways, the quest I actually wanted to go to, which I somehow confused with... Well, I don't know what I confused it with. But that one's here. Of all places. Which I love so much that they're bringing us back here. So awesome. I wish there would be more opportunities to come back here. You're a cute sheep, by the way. Alright. Let's see what this story is going to be, because even though obviously we've seen some of the stuff in the patch notes, that's so Anden. Anden? Why are you standing? Never heard a sheep make noises like that. Isn't that what sheep do? Sorry, buddy, but, you know, there seems to be some miscommunication going on. Guess we're meant to follow. There he goes. Or she, or they. Oh, wait, they just left the letter behind. Never mind. Having emphatically imparted its message, the sheep dashes off. You can only hope that this letter contains some manner of sheep to Rantic dictionary. The script is comprised of several distinct hands, and a sweet flowery fragrance lifts from the page. Your thoughts wander naturally to the pixies of Ilmac. Greetings, saplings of the king. If you are reading this, or sapling, not saplings. If you're reading this, it means our precious Fluffy has proven itself most admirably as a messenger sheep. We write you with some fascinating news. A talking leafman has appeared in Ilmac. So, no context whatsoever, just, oh yeah, there's a talking leafman now, by the way. Come and check it out. You remember our leafmen, don't you? Those dreary mortals we furbished into darling shrubbery. Well, they're not hugely much for conversation on account of being topiary bushes, but this one simply jabbers on. Such an accomplished leafman must pique your interest, yes. Come and find us in Lita Loran, and we shall introduce you. What the fuck? It's just a leafman that talks now. You're sure? They just come and check it out. And we sent a sheep for whatever reason to get you the message. Well, I don't know what I expected from this quest. I guess something along these lines. Sorry, I'll be right back. Sometimes my chair's a bit weird. Well. Oh, that's the hut where the beavers live. For a second there, what was that house about again? Loquacious Leaf Man.
Watch it, Fidget. How adorable. Tell me, do you like flowers?
What is going on? Excuse me, sir. Might I have a word? If you can understand me, that is. You can? Oh, what a relief. Please help me. My mind is in a terrible haze at present, and these flittering, chittering children have done nothing but cackle and poke at me. Yeah, they can be like that sometimes.
You came. I knew you would. The King's sibling would never pass up a wonder this delightful. I am Eod here, and this is Lo'ul and Aik Oze. We wrote you that letter together.
Sapling? Well, wait, are you a plant? I thought you were a person come to help me. Oh, please tell me you aren't some tree who simply looks like a person. Oh god, what happened to him? I'm a sapling to some, but definitely a person. I am Theoul Stalwart Sapling. I don't think that really answers this question, but sapling, seedling, heaven's pillar, tree metaphors seem to follow me. Do they though? Let's go with the first one. Don't worry, I'm a sapling to some, but definitely a person. Let's not worry him further. Or her, I mean... Is that supposed to make sense?
Why, you sound so distraught, as though you aren't the greenest and leafiest one here. What marvelous fun this is. In exchange for making me laugh, I share with you both a little secret. This chatty little bushling sprouted from none other than Undon, one of the leafmen inside these stables.
He sprouted? Or turned into this thing?
As for why, who knows? Maybe Undon's spirit is simply overflowing with life, or maybe all my pruning and wishing finally paid off. Or both. Regardless, the two are connected by their roots, which means they are both undeniably Undon.
So my name is Undon, is it? My memories are so muddled, I can't tell if it feels familiar or not.
Oh, why don't we muddle Undon back into his original form, then? It sounds like wonderful fun. Oh, how lovely. Let's change it back. No, absolutely not.
Fucking pixies. Wait, that's the A rank.
Everyone knows that trying to change a leafman back only ends in a mucky mudman. And then won't be another attempt gone wrong. I won't allow it.
Wait, really? So it's not the first time that they have a talking leafman around. Alright. You mean to say that my choice is between remaining a bush or becoming mud? That I shall never again assume personage? Oh, say it isn't so, please. Well, sounds like quite a conundrum. I don't really see at this point how this is going to turn into a custom delivery quest, but sure.
I can't believe they put a Star Wars reference into this.
King of the Fae, hear my cry. I have to go with the second one. Help me, Fiul. You're this talking bush's only hope. I halfway expected them to actually include the animation that Leia does in episode 4.
Yes, that's it, my precious sapling. You should have called upon me immediately, of course. But how could I be anything but delighted that you remembered me all on your own? Whatever you desire, your beautiful branch is at your service. Your Majesty! 'Tis true, none have yet returned a leafman to its original form, but let such improbabilities become mere trifles if such is my sapling's wish. In fact, it could be accomplished by none other. You and your friends possess the ability to heal those tainted by light's corruption, do you not? Were that knowledge to be coupled with my strength as king, this leafman may yet return to his erstwhile self. However, Such deeply transformative magic's a far cry from simple pixie glamours. If you cannot hold the clearest image of your true form within your mind's eye, your fate as a mudman is all but sealed. You know what must be done, my darling sapling. Call for me again once your preparations are complete.
Okay, bye. I guess, so our quest is going to be to somehow make him remember what he looks like? Alright then. Sure. Well, I take great comfort in knowing that I am not condemned to an eternity of muck or twigs, but recalling my true form feels like a daunting task indeed. Speaking of true forms, what was the consensus on yours then? Person? Tree? Honestly, I'm more confused than ever after that last conversation. Just because somebody keeps calling me sapling doesn't mean that I'm a tree. The hell? Or I guess as a leafman, maybe you'd think that. Oh, a nickname. It makes far more sense. You do look quite like a person. And you say your name is... Okay, a pleasure to meet you. Now, I don't mean to impose, but seeing as I am shackled here by roots and surrounded by plant-harassing mischief makers, you may be my only living ally in this world. Please, please help me remember who I truly am. Wait, is he actually rooted in place? I thought they sort of... that was more of a metaphor, but... yeah, that does sound like an actual problem. Oh, thank you. I will do my utmost to remember promptly. Yeah, I don't think it works like that, buddy. Of course, simply trying to remember something you so utterly can't seems like a rather fruitless endeavor. There must be some reliable way of stirring up latent memories. If I had hands, I'd give myself a smart rap on the head to get the blood flowing. Or sap flowing, as it were. But you have hands. Would you be so kind as to give me a good solid smack in what might be my cranial region, just to get the leafy matter engaged? Well, wait. I just got a better look at your biceps, so perhaps not. The fuck? What? Andin, you mustn't beat upon the bush. I know I got a little carried away, tugging at your leaves and all, but I'm ready to help now. And I know you better than anyone. I've even seen your true form before, but simply telling you what I know isn't going to help you truly remember who you were. And you must truly remember your true form if you are truly to return safely. Oh boy. True. I must say that is surprisingly thoughtful for someone who was teeing at my distress not moments ago. But if you can't tell me anything, how do you intend to help? Well, I never said I couldn't tell you anything. Just nothing too important to be told. I'll give you little hints and pieces instead, like this. Do you remember being a shepherd, Andon? You so loved your fluffy wet sheep. Oh, that's why they send sheep. Which, surprisingly, does make a whole lot of sense, if this is where he came from. Wait, so are you telling me that they just turned the shepherds into leafmen and the sheep now just roam free? Okay, sure. You loved them so much, in fact, that even though a scary sin eaters couldn't drive you away from your flock, you stayed and cared for them until the very end. Really? I confess I don't remember anything of the sort, but if you speak the truth, perhaps seeing tools or materials a shepherd might use would induce further recollection. Not much of a lead, but it's all we have at the moment. Would you be kind enough to procure me some items fit for a shepherd? I feel like, you know, this is not as mind-blowing as some of the other things I've done today, but the fact that they can turn like a quest about a leafman that is turned lively and a sheep into something of a custom delivery quest is insane to me. We'll help too. Lo'ul and Egg Osi love playing shop,
so be sure to check their wares for both handy and dandy bits, bobs, and supplies. Lately, Lord Ool has been fascinated with what you mortals call scripts, but sweet Aingossi will be happy to take your shiny coin just the same. Oh, what fun we shall have! I can hardly wait to get started.
Well, isn't it fortunate that one of them actually has scripts available? Or is interested in them, rather. Undon. I just can't, man. The fuck is going on today? Oh, right. He just immediately turns into a custom delivery client. Assuming I was a shepherd, seeing items used for tending sheep may help me remember something crucial. At least I hope it will. And of course they're explaining all of this every single time. Wait, this window doesn't change? What? Okay, sure. Why does this not change? Is it like a custom window for some reason? I should probably spend the rest of my scripts before I do this, right? Sheep equipment. Right. He only needs 3 at first, right? Yeah. Alright. So let's buy 3 sheep equipment materials. And also exchange all the scripts that I currently have for materia. Do you think I'm gonna need those? Probably not, right? Actually, you know what? I just want to check. Oh, these are the new things, right? And not the biggest fan of that. Yeah, this is the new crafting stuff. $6.20. Oh, I always forget to... Alright. So, in theory, this should be the last crafting set that we have for this expansion, correct? So I guess I'm gonna try to pentamelt this. Probably not right away, but, you know. For 6.4, it would be good to have this, you know, somewhat pentamelted. This doesn't look half bad. I mean, bit generic maybe, but the best of gathering? I mean, it doesn't look bad, I just don't like the bare arms. Smaller water otter fountain lumber. Does this already exist, or is there now a smaller water fountain? Oh, whatever. Let me sit down and craft this stuff. At least this is a very beautiful environment for this crafting. Custom deliveries. Undone. sheep equipment. This shouldn't be too difficult, I presume. These are usually really, really easy to do. One and a 2. Fucking controller's doing stuff again. And number 3. These controls, man. There we go. Mr. Anden, here are your items. Why are they explaining this again? Oh God. Tending sheep requires food, medicine, trimming shears, cleaning supplies. Oh, what's that you have there? For me, I cannot fully express how grateful I feel. Oh, thank you, and thank you again. Yeah, I know. Thought he might also comment on the quality, but... I do wonder if he at some point does in fact turn back into a person, if they'll unlock a glamour for him too. You've brought me so many nice things. It's a shame I can't put any of them to use. I dare say I'm far closer to sheep nourishment than nourisher in my current state, but that regret in and of itself feels like a clue. And these items do seem profoundly familiar somehow. It would be crazy if it turns out to just be a talking sheep for whatever reason. At the very end. Ooh, that's it. I've remembered something. You were right, Aotir. I was a shepherd, and I lived here with my sheep and cared for them very, very much. Yes, it's right, Anden. Go on, go on. Originally, we lived up on the mountainside across the lake, but when the flood came, we were forced to evacuate down here. Ooh, my little flock didn't like the move one bit. They never got along with the local shepherds, though I'm sure they do now that their wardens are tasty leafmen. And there was one other they didn't take to, as I remember. Back before the flood, a Gulgent traveler once assisted me with some work. Perhaps it was due to his hulking stature, but my sheep couldn't see him but to batter him with their tiny hooves. Huh. I shouldn't laugh, but the sight was really quite charming. Wait. Oh, that was easy. Well, I guess it's something. What's this? Have I returned to my true form? But I've hardly remembered anything. No, this doesn't feel right. I can say with relative certainty that I was never this gigantic. So anxious, Anden. No need to fret. This is only a glamour. Just a teeny tiny taste of who you may have been, or not. Either way, I've kept that fluffy, leafy head of yours for luck. How precious you look. I thought you'd feel more comfortable with the appearance of a mortal. And the more limbs you have, the more I can make them flail. That actually sounds really brutal. This looks so ridiculous. I suppose this does make communication easier in a fashion. But what's this about making me flail? That's right, just like that. Oh, you are ever so droll. Ooh, why must you delight in my discomfort? Thanks to you, I'm bound to be battered to mulch by adorable charges. Which, well, I suppose there are worse ways to go. Which is... Alright. Probably proper person. Well, I'm certainly delighted that he thinks of me like that. Or I guess having leaves as a head does not really facilitate thinking all that much. Oh, now you're sounding more like yourself. You did so love mingling with your sheepies after all, snuggling up in to see your fluffy wool and happy bleating. Although I doubt they'd let you snuggle looking like that. Snuggling? Yes, I must have done, seeing as it was so cold outside. That's right. You wouldn't know it from this blossoming meadow, but these parts used to be far too cold for flowers. We are in the mountains, after all. I must have warded off the chill somehow. Could you bring me something I might have used to that end? Anything you can manage. I guess so. Well, why do these quests give you old materia? What am I supposed to do with this? Well, I guess depending on what the current overmilled set is, it could still be useful, but eh. Alright. Need 3 of these. Mountain garb. Say that should hopefully be enough, and well, the progress is more difficult to achieve, I suppose. Oh, whoopsie. That was already too much. Didn't think that the good would make the quality go all the way to the maximum right away. There we go. Cannot progress his quests, though. It still gets chilly at nighttime, but these mountains were once frigid. What do you think I used to stave off the cold? Well, maybe this. There you go. Mountainous climbs are nothing to sneeze at. Rather, they would be without warm clothing or blankets or some such thing. For me... Okay, that's the same text. There you go. And next week, we'll be able to give you 3 more. Thank you for bringing me so many nice things. It's always so good to chat with another person. These pixies certainly make their own fun, but their games can get rather exhausting at times. I fully get you. Alright. Well, we're gonna be helping him next week then, I guess. Which, you know, I think this makes for the perfect background to slowly get to the end of the stream. It's been a delightful one. I've accomplished quite a bit. I'm happy that I managed to do everything that is... Well, time crucial kind of sounds bad, but... You know, looking at my list over here, I definitely wanted to do the Omicrons because now that gives me the ability to return to doing the dailies. And I also wanted to start this custom deliveries client because that allows me to do that weekly as well. Other than that, I'll probably be returning to streaming 14 next Tuesday, I suppose. You know, as much as I love 14, it doesn't always make for the best stream game. Of course, I do still want to, you know, I do still want to stream it, the story and the sort of important bits of quests that I like, which is what we'll be doing next Tuesday. I think I still want to go for the, well, definitely the Void quests, the new Totaro quest. Those I want to do. But the rest of the stuff isn't really things that I want to stream, right? That is stuff that I can sort of do in my free time, and it's going to be interesting. And there are a bunch of things. I have to get a ton of MGP now. I need to remember to, you know, go back to the Gold Saucer and do all the events there and do the weeklies there that I'll eventually be able to get the new mount, which is also probably going to be really crazy and fun since a billion people will now do that again because they all want to get the new mount. I somehow want to get into Unreal again, but it remains to be seen how much time I have for that. Custom deliveries, obviously, every week. Island Sanctuary, will be doing the agenda and looking at stuff, but that doesn't really involve quests, right? The Island Sanctuary doesn't really have a quest. It's just general sort of progress. And I don't think, except for like a new landmark, that we really get anything new out of it, except obviously for the new items and stuff. Also want to do PvP and hopefully not delay that all the way to the last day of the patch cycle again. That was, well, it was better than I expected to do PvP the entire day on Monday, but yeah, it's better to be done with that right as early as possible. And yeah, aside from that, that's pretty much it from the new patch. As I mentioned, unless something comes up, I don't think I'll be doing the new Ultimate when it releases, which, you know, I'm still somewhat bummed by, but I really, really just want to take this opportunity to, you know, truly just take some time for some other games. As you know, I'm still currently playing Demon Souls, which I'll be returning to tomorrow. So that's going to be tomorrow's stream, more Demon Souls. And then I also desperately want to return to my playthrough of Divinity Original Sin, because I've been, you know, holding out on that for far too long. And once I'm through with at least one of them, I want to return to some sort of smaller games as well. There are still some really, really cool games on my list that I want to get to, and especially doing the playthrough of Stray, you know, I did realize how I just like that kind of stuff as well, right? Looking at these more sort of focused games, I would say, right? Not always just go for the insanely large RPG playthroughs, because those just take a very, very long time. Either way, streaming 14 has still been a blast. The story has blown my mind towards the end, which I didn't necessarily think it would, but it did, which is really cool. Yeah, that's it for today. It's been a ton of fun. A really, really cool stream. And we'll be returning to 14 next Tuesday with Reset. Other than that, as I said, more Demon Souls tomorrow, and then maybe Divinity on Sunday, at least for a little bit. We'll see. Because off stream, I also obviously want to play 14 a bit. And I still have to work, so it's not like I have, you know, unlimited time for these things, even though I would like to. Anyways, that's going to be it for now. Thanks for watching. As I said, it's been an absolute blast going through this today. I felt like yesterday I didn't really accomplish everything that I wanted to, and sort of had to end on a weird note, but today really got through everything, and it's really cool. I just love this game, man. It can really, really suck every bit of free time out of you that you have, but it's just... I think I'm also making that clear with my reactions to stuff. There are so many really awesome details in everything that they're doing in this game, and I obviously recognize that it's not always for everybody, and that it, you know, depends a lot on what you like personally, and not everybody would be up for doing all the content, nor does everybody have the time to do all of it, right? If even I, who arguably has a ton of free time to do this, struggles with doing everything, then yeah, I recognize how difficult this must be for people who have, you know, children, who have maybe, you know, maybe even 2 jobs or something. So I'm also truly grateful to be able to play it like this. Yeah. And with everything that we've seen today, and with the messages we've heard, and the kind words and everything, let's truly remember them, take them to heart, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow back for Demon's Souls. Have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Until then, bye-bye.